Yeah. That is what we will do. I sort of... It's not exactly the most efficient thing, especially for someone trying to be in my position, but I do sort of refuse to learn the lore pills through anything other than my own gameplay. So, through it we go. I'll still have more to talk about though, I'm sure. I have been writing next video thing. So hopefully I can continue doing that. Thank you. Supposed to take 1 billion cycles to reset. What do you mean by resetting? Oh yeah, that's a bug. It's not supposed to not open. The Damon seems to have this weird thing going on where only one of its portals is active at a time, but to fix that, you take the other portal, which is consequently is active. So like, go to the outer rim one and then hop back through. I've actually had it occur on Outer Rim as opposed to Shattered Terrace. I have a feeling it's like the portal, whichever portal you first go to is the one that doesn't work, and you have to use the opposite one to go to the one you want to go, which is fascinating. I don't know how something like that would end up happening. No, again, because when I tried to go directly to Outer Rim once, I had the Outer Rim portal not working, and I had to go to Shattered Terrace to get it to work, so I think it's whichever one you go to first is the one that doesn't work. They fixed the Outer Rim entrance room being Damon? Are you saying you can get to Outer Rim through somewhere else now? Ah. Well, if that's so, then that'll be convenient. Oh, they fixed the Outer Room. Right, you mean the reflection. I thought that was intentional. I mean, I guess I can see why it would be confusing. It was confusing to me, as a matter of fact, for a bit. But I think it's kind of really cool, though. I have to look at it again, I suppose, if it's different. I do think that it isn't like that all the time. So there's that, however that works. This room has a ridiculous amount of these. That was not correct. Hold on, what the heck is that sound? Hello? Also, look at the lizard here. Yeah, I think I killed the lizard, but the rot doesn't look dead at all. Might have been a coincidence. Is that a white pearl? It is a white pearl. I might as well. I wonder how many possible white pearl things there are. Far left of Stormy Coast. I may as well. There's another white pearl up there. How very purple. I do... Oh my goodness. If you needed white pearl, I mean, yeah, that's... I mean... Oh yeah, because they would all come loose, wouldn't they? Right. The Rotted Watcher! That's crazy. How could we have let this happen? Well, this is inconvenient. Hello. I see. Okay. Oh, and there's also Damon right there. That's convenient. I didn't realize how tall this place is. Is all this hiding in these? I mean, hold on. There was a background there. It's possible that there just was a building in that location. I wonder if when rot lizards fight rot lizards, they can tell whose tendrils belong to who. I've never actually been through this pipe. Yeah, the Weaver has given us the power to banish local rot. For its nature is antithetical to whatever cataclysmic kind of phenomenon we're dealing with here. Okay. That is the leftmost room. Can't see anywhere more leftmost than that. Unless there's... Hold on. If a pearl were to be anywhere, it could be at the top. That is a pearl. But I already have one of those. That is also a pearl. There's also a watermelon here. Hello, creature. That didn't work. Wonderful. I think it's still here, it's just confused now. Wait, is this... Are these white pearls? These are white pearls, I think. Hold on. Are they? Yes. I think they're just darker when they're outside. And also when next to the Watcher. What a meal. I'm sure it will be delicious. They're fighting over it. Hello, Damon. There was not a pearl up there. Ah. Evil ARP. Are you able to unrot garbage wastes? I wouldn't think so. That's a fringe region. That's like, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to look like that. Oh yeah, we also can't even go there anymore. I mean, maybe. I suppose I don't know exactly how the fringe regions work, because I don't think they're kind of just like that. I don't imagine that they have two different states, if you will. That probably means garbage waste is too far gone. No. That's the fringe version of garbage wastes. These places are memories and dreams and whatnot. They're not supposed to be infiltrated by the physical brain counterpart, but the garbage wastes, the infested wastes, is like an alternate version counterpart to garbage wastes. It was already like that. I have gotten I haven't gotten the Prince's ending, but I've gotten everything. I've gotten the Weaver's ending, I've gotten Damon's ending, and I have gotten Spinning Top's ending. Should I can't get the Prince's ending on this save anymore. Should I go and do that? Is anything like different at all? Would anything change? Would it affect endings that come after it or anything like that? No. Really? Huh. What, like at all? Well, so so you would still get the mark anyway? Is the prince still awake in that cutscene? That aired, well, not cutscene. Did the update release? Which update are you talking about? There was a patch recently, but this is 1.5, if you were wondering. Huh. That's really interesting. Maybe Cellular was onto something. Or maybe, well, I don't know, it could still be both ways. Well, that's good to know, actually. I suppose I won't be doing that then. Which is good, honestly. I mean, that would be a lot of time and for, like, nothing, basically. The Weaver does not want to ascend the world. The Weaver and the Prince are basically like opposites. The Weaver doesn't represent stagnation in the way that everyone says the Rot represents stagnation, but the Weaver represents the unchanging status quo of the cycle. It is maintaining what is already and like patching up tears. Someone said there was a pearl in the left of this place. I am starting to doubt that. Uh-huh. Oh, please do say your thoughts. I will find intriguing to discuss. If nothing else, to contain more possible ideas of what may have happened, and reasoning as to what is likely and what is unlikely. Oh, they said Stormy Coast. I see. Well, okay, well, let's see where I'll go from here. This is not Stormy Coast. We found a pearl here. Can I assume that any pearl, or that any region will have more than one pearl? What? Wow. Good job, Lizard. In the Weaver ending, we do see threads being severed. Do you mean the ones that are around Damon? All but Irvin has one pearl. Okay. I can work with this. It is spinning tops. Well, it isn't. So, the tears in reality are the result of spinning top bringing an animal, a physical living creature, through all of this. If it was just spinning top, an echo on its own doesn't actually cause all these problems of like having strands leak into each other and stuff like that. But obviously for physical mass in some form to transverse between them, you start getting this happening. You do mean the ones around Damon? I would say that those are not threads getting snapped. So the Weaver is patching up these portals, right? Closing them up, making sure they don't lead anywhere. These portals. So imagine between two of those in the strand region map that we get upon sleeping. Every thread between two circles is a tear between two strands. So what's happening around Damon is not that threads are being snapped, but that the connections are being closed. The Weaver was doing like a temporary thing beforehand, though, just, you know, patching up the end points of those tears. But the tears are long, and the tears never actually go away, even when they're patched up, until Damon does that at the end. Do you think each creature has a daemon? Do you think demons set domains of cycle? We don't know really, but I would say. So, for one, I would say that while the cutscene showed multiple daemons, I think Daemon would probably be one of those entities. Depending on what kind of mind it has, we don't really know exactly, but it does seem intelligent. It does have a lot of brain matter in it, but it seems like one of those entities that would be fully aware of its other instances. But regardless of what exactly Daemon's perspective on it is, I would say that the Daemon that is all tangled up and having all in, like, the one overseeing these broken strands is either an instance that was overseeing / paired with Spinning Top, or the Watcher itself. Maybe both in some way. Again, the exact mechanics of that I'm not entirely sure to say how it would work. I have no idea what retaining the Mark of Communication would entail. It's like prince doesn't talk about it. So maybe it's like not canon? I don't know, I feel like it's rare for Rainbow to pull something that's like actually not canon. In that sort of way. It's like, because it's really weird, because it's like this whole story is full of time travel in a way, right? Time travel through memories and dreams, even though we aren't really technically time traveling. It's more just that we are going through different worlds that happen to be at different states of time to begin with. But then on top of time traveling, you have like time traveling inside of the time traveling to retain this mark through mechanics that I don't even know happened or not. But maybe the prince just did that. Maybe as planned out as everything the prince does, I want to say that this was not intentional on the prince's part, on however that happened. Hold on. My interpretation of going back from the ending in the original campaign is it means that you're not ready to let go of the world yet. You still want to play the game so you can ascend. Oh. What, you mean like Survivor when you say that? What do you mean by has a lot of brain matter? This will... Have you seen the 2 theory videos? Because it is talked about extensively in that. The fringe is full... Okay, so the fringe is full of brain stuff, but it's not just full of rot. The rot is likely brain matter in some way, but also there's other things in the fringe, which... I'd have to actually go to Damon to talk about, to like give an example of what I'm talking about. But there's stuff in Damon that is literally referred to as brain tree, or like a part of brain tree. But again, if you haven't seen it, the theory videos, I do recommend doing that. Because it is like half of the reasoning that I am going off of when I say things. Yeah, lobe trees. Not just lobe trees, though. There's a whole bunch of other stuff, like, smaller than the lobe trees that are often always next to them. And it fits perfectly with... there was an image, a GIF, in the beta referred to as brain tree, and it looked kind of like the lobe trees, and also a lot of the plants that are next to them. Breathing things. Oh, like the pulsating organs? I mean, no, but those probably are brain-related too. Though, there's less direct evidence for that, and more so that they're just, like, tangentially related. So it is likely that they it's likely they share some features. Again, I'll get to Damon to show what I'm talking about. What? The lobe trees were rot water towers. What, like full of water? What is the mindset that leads you to having that as your first thought. I mean, I guess the rot does seem to absorb water. The fringe is, like, basically free of water. The one in the outer room is right next to a fountain. I guess I can see that. I wouldn't say they consume water, but most creatures. Not to say that the rot is traditionally biological, even though I mean it basically kind of is. But most creatures do something with water. They're made of, like, I'm sure the rot is, you know, about as much made of water as a lot of other biological stuff is, but creatures usually, you know, physically do something with the matter that they are consuming. That, and they are called lobe trees, to be fair, which lobe is something. Why does Damon depict both the Rot Prince and Weaver, as in the crown upon the thorn, the light upon the dusk? It also depicts Spinning Top as well. That is interesting, especially given that the Weaver is counter to the Prince in quite a few ways. However, Damon seems to side with the Weaver. if depicting the Weaver as the largest platform monolith is anything to go by. To me it feels like Damon has... So the Watcher is here, right? And very, very few entities will ever find Damon. Just beings that are innately able to go to it, like would be the Weaver. And creatures in the Watcher's position, which is probably rare. Although maybe not as rare as we would thought, because there are a lot of void worms, if that's any indication of anything. Wow. Huh. The trailer says that Watcher is a child forsaken to time. I mean, that's interesting. It could be... This does kind of lead into what I was going to say. It could be talking about the different characters as much as it's also talking about the Watcher's interaction with those characters. Because Spinning Top is a child forsaken to time. But the Watcher, in interacting with Spinning Top, also becomes a child forsaken to time. You could say that the Watcher becomes the crown upon the thorn when scaling the Prince's kingdom throned place. And you could say that the Watcher becomes the lantern in the dusk after the Weaver bestows upon it the Weaver's own ability. Or like a tiny version of it. And actually, I didn't think about that before, but that does actually make sense. Especially how it says a crown upon a thorn, like they're two different objects. Then why? I mean, it could just be that the trailer doesn't want to spoil things. like how the Ripple trailer included the Weaver's dialogue, but not the last part of Weaver's dialogue. Even though it probably was made at the same time as when the rest of the dialogue was written. So, you know. There was some chat I missed, I think. Hold on. Watcher looks different from other void worms, so there's a special scenario. That's true. That's true, but there's two things we could use to reason for that. Reason one, the Watcher could look different from other void worms to itself, but not to an outside observer. Or, reason two, we don't get that great of a look, technically, at the other Void Worms, at least, like, in world-wise. Or it could be some mixture of the two. It does honestly make sense for the Void Worms to be, like, beings that experienced something like broke the logic of the fabric of reality and were thus like saw too much, or maybe intentionally, maybe accidentally, but as a result made into a void worm, because that would fit with the void worm's presence. I mean, they don't do anything other than swim around. There's not really an ecosystem down there. It's like just a filament, a layer of voidworms. And they seem like incredibly knowledgeable beings, while also not really ever physically doing anything with that knowledge. So it would fit them if the rest of them have, not necessarily the same, but a similar origin scenario. Which again could make some of them like from civilizations that were like, it could make sense for some of them to be older than even the 100th civilization ago or whatever, stuff like that. Some could be from really far away strands, completely alternate histories. I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's something we have. That's something we don't really have a basis for, but nothing is there to suggest against it either. I mean, you know, as multiverses tend to go in general. I mean, not that that's exactly a multiverse, but like, it would. Actually, you know, that's an interesting concept, because that's technically something that's never been depicted before. It's like, instead of completely alternate universes, there's strands upon strands, and every single instance of reality is made up of, you know, millions of them or whatever. But there is a space outside of coherent reality that the further you go, the more it gradually becomes a different world with a different history. My headcanon is the Watcher evolved to something different from a regular void worm. We have seen their bodies heads up close, and the Watcher worms looks nothing like that. Again, I did talk about the possible reasons why to the previous person that said that. Let me scroll up a bit. I swear I missed something. He does seem to acknowledge that you have the mark when you go back, because he doesn't do his full dialogue. But he... So that's a difference. That's like... But is that a direct reaction? Like, does he know? Does he know? Is he aware? That's like... You know what that's like? That's like if you... spoke to someone, and you know, they say their conversation as usual, but then you go back in time and you talk to them again for the first time, except this time you're wearing a hat, and they don't consciously notice a difference because they weren't there to notice what the difference is, but but at the same time, they do say some different things anyway, because you are wearing a hat, and therefore their train of thought is altered by you. Maybe it's like that. Maybe from the prince's perspective, we now have always had the mark, or something. Oh, right, I can't actually warp in this room. Weaver's design reminds me of the Demiurge Yelderoth, the Gnostic evil god of the world you're meant to escape. That would be thematic, but not in the way that it would normally be thematic. I feel like that's not what the Weaver is. I feel like the Weaver is like, I don't know if I would say the good god, but the one that is, again, maintaining the status quo of the mechanics of the world. So it's certainly not like, you know, here to destroy anything or anything like that. But I still say that's thematic in the same way that you ascend by going down in Rainworld. It's like everything is sort of inverted to what we're used to in a vague way. That mushroom looks peculiar. Is that how it looks like without ripple? Ugh, that's like wireframe. I think that's like not how it's supposed to be. I think a similar thing is happening to when what am I doing in this region? I think a similar thing is happening to the glitched scenery I have for Unfortunate Evolution, where like the background is in front of itself, and also the rotworm, or the listener. The Weaver might be like the first instance of something like the Watcher. When I first saw this mushroom, oh, maybe that mushroom is just like that. Did you get the migration path, Pearl? I don't know. Well, you ascend the top of Signal Fires to get to Distant Terrace. Kind of like the original Rainwood story and the concept art. Really? What? What? Wait, how is that? What do you mean? We might be the first instance of the water. I will say, actually, on that note, these orange lizards are in my way. So there have been, I think, I don't know how common it is, but I've heard the Watcher is the Weaver thing a couple times. I do not agree with this idea. If anything, I would want to say, I would say that the Weaver is, so, there was this time, how to say, so I need to, oh my god, okay. There was this time when, why am I trying to explain it? The listener, the rotworm. That doesn't count as okay. The listener in the Unfortunate Evolution, also known as the rotworm, is shaped like a voidworm, as everyone will call it. Although some people have said this to say that it is a voidworm that has been corrupted, like rot lizards. I do not agree with it. I do not agree with this idea, namely because yeah, firstly, there's only one of them, so it doesn't really it doesn't feel like we've sunken into the void. The like geometry lattice of unfortunate evolution has a very fundamentally different vibe from what the actual void looks like. Even in like the deep part of the void where it is black like that, it still has a different vibe. But yeah, there's only one creature in the region, and in the first theory video I made, I posited that for that reason that creature is the rot version of Five Pebbles. It's not a void worm. It's more like, in the fringe version of things, Five Pebbles' unfortunate development is in its prime form, without material constraints like everything else in the fringe, and what that means is that all of the organs have become rot, and have thus left the metallic bones that make up the structure. The metallic bones are also, like, geometrically broken, and also the gravity is off, despite the gravity disruptors being off. It's more like reality doesn't work here. Not following material constraints, not following other kinds of constraints, and the result of that is all of the rot has left any energy source in the rest of the body, because there isn't any anymore in this version of things, and has thus formed into a single creature that swims around sort of just chaotically, doesn't really know what it's doing. And the consequence of following that logic means, what the heck? Oh, is that just a white lizard? Yeah, I guess so. The consequence of following that train of logic then asks the question: why did it form into a worm of all things? A very void worm-looking worm at that, while not really indicating that it was a void worm. It has like a rot face, but it has the approximate body plan and everything else. Which then asks the question, why do the Leviathans look like the void worms? And I'm pretty sure the devs once said that it is no coincidence that the Leviathans and void worms look this similar. So to that, I posited, well, maybe the cosmic forces at play just like it when something is a sufficiently powerful mass, it will form into a worm. And that fits with the rot worm, and that could also fit with Leviathans, because there has always been that theory that Leviathans are made of like a colonial organism of moss and barnacles and stuff that's grown around some kind of mechanical system. For the void worms, well, I suppose the void worm, I mean, we know what the void worms are now, assumingly. They're just, just this or that creature that has been reformed into the shape of a void worm, but then why the shape of a void worm? And my answer to that is that, effectively, the void worms, the Leviathans, and the rot worm was... what do you guys think of that? anyone, you got... Wait, what? Where did I cut off? Wow, that's that's like exactly when I got to the conclusion. Okay, so yeah, my conclusion is that, well, why would all these different things do that? Well, yeah, my conclusion is that the reason the powerful forms of mass or creature. Wow, that. Oh my god, that scavenger was having a bad day, I guess. Okay, yeah. All of these beings reform to be remade in the image of the Weaver. I think there's a lot of things that were said during my whole spiel. I agree with that, except the fact that the worm in Five Pebbles, I think, is already dead by the time Watcher comes to visit. I think instead the worm is a version of the Watcher. How would that be? Well, hold on. Did you say something on that before that? Let me check. The rotted version of garbage wastes has a part of unfortunate development sinking to the ground. Yeah, that's how it is in regular garbage waste as well. That's why the brother longlegs are there. Five Pebbles literally like somehow cut a chunk of his memory arrays and dumped them into the garbage wastes. You can swim down into the garbage wastes and find that. And I'm pretty sure there's like a missing cube in the map of the memory arrays in Five Pebbles that also, you know, is that as well. Rotworm just makes me think voidworms are iterators, just their flesh stuff exposed to the void sea. I mean, we have at least one other likely candidate for a creature that was turned into a voidworm, and it's Sliver of Straw. It's like Sliver of Straw, you know, found the triple affirmative and then mysteriously died somehow. It is possible that Sliver of Straw, you know, actually did like break the fabric of reality in some way that could have theoretically ended the cycle, but she would have experienced a similar unable to get back to reality, or maybe was like pulled out of reality by the Weaver and the Daemon and whatnot, and then cast into the void. That seems like not necessarily like an imprisonment kind of thing, not like a thing of malice. It's like it seems more like that's just what they do. That's what the Weaver and the Daemon does in the event this happens. In the event a creature has broken something in terms of the physical, like the laws of physics, they deal with it. Specifically resembles a voidworm. Yes, but again, there could be another reason for that, which I posited. I see no correlations between the Watcher and the Listener. I would agree on that front. They're like I mean, well, yeah, there's not really... The Watcher... So like, there is the aspect, first off, that, you know, the Watcher Voidworm looks different from the other Voidworms. Voidworms look different from the... Voidworms look different from the Listener, but also the Watcher Voidworm also looks, like, especially different from the Listener. The Listener is... I mean, it really just looks like it's entirely made of rot only. Which even stuff like the rot lizards don't really do that. Like, there's a thing underneath them. There's a lizard underneath the rot in a rot lizard. Even when they're fully really rotted, like they're all purple, there's still the lizard is there. The rotworm just looks like it's made of rot only. In the shape, the like approximate shape of one of those worms. Instead of everything becoming crab, everything becomes worm. It does seem like that. Let's see. It seems like that's what we're dealing with here, kind of effectively. Iterators are probably the most likely to glitch out of the cycle by any creature. I would agree, except for the fact that supposedly a candidate for this type of thing seemingly only happened once. Like, maybe if it did happen more than once, they didn't send a triple affirmative fast enough. Because again, it does... What happened with Sliver of Straw does mirror what happened to the Watcher. Because from the outside perspective, the Watcher walks into Pebble's grounds, right? Gets in this one room, and then pairs with Spinning Top in the way you pair with other echoes, and like reality sort of stops working the same way, and creatures start falling asleep. And then we're like... the Watcher walks into the grounds, and then disappears, and seemingly doesn't necessarily go back in time. And also, like, there's more rot everywhere, which implies it's going further into the fringe. Which, if it is doing that, it's not necessarily going back in time or to an alternate plane of things, but surrounding creatures that are in coherent reality probably are able to perceive it less and less. And of course, by the time the Watcher goes into like the waves and the ripples and all this stuff, the Watcher is definitively not in Pebble's grounds anymore. At least not the regular version. Maybe the Watcher is still in the fringe version, like corrupted factories and all that. But then at the very end, the Watcher goes back to Pebble's grounds through Damon for like 5 seconds, and then disappears again permanently. So it's like, from the outside perspective, this creature just wandered in, disappeared, and then like flickered back in for a second. And that does strangely mirror approximately what seemingly happened to Sliver of Straw, who sent out the signal and then inexplicably was dead. Just like suddenly. From Sliver of Straw, whatever her perspective was, whatever she did, what did she do? I don't know. But whatever she did probably was a whole journey or experience for her. But to the outside world, it probably happened in a second. And then she, like, made the first single word of her broadcast and then stopped existing. Or at least, like, her organs stopped existing. The structure is still there. I am not in the right place. Really, part of the reason this is taking so long to get all these pearls is because I'm spacing out trying to give, like, a bunch of spiels about ideas and things. We're lacking critical information about SOS's death. We are. And it's like, and especially the iterators are. The other iterators. To their perspective, it is indeed, like, she sent out the signal and then was inexplicably dead. But, like, that's the thing. That story beat just ended in any other version of the game. It just, she sent out the signal and then died somehow. And then literally every iterator was like caught up on that because that's the craziest thing that happens in their lives from a certain perspective. But from the Watcher campaign, there's a lot of dots that can be connected here, and if they can be connected, that broadens that story by a lot, which I think is really neat to think about. Other stuff has been said. Allow me to look at it again. What if all the bigger void worms are all iterators? I found this. Well, yeah, already spoke about that. Again, some of the void worms, probably, the grand majority of the void worms are from the civilization before the peoples who built the iterators, and then on top of that, more of them are from the civilization before that civilization, and then the one before that, and before that, and before that. It probably goes back to the beginnings of time, if there is one, which I don't know if there is a beginning of time in a world that is bound to a cycle that seemingly never ends ever, as far as the Weaver is concerned. The void just stretches you out when you come in contact with it. Even the echoes are so weirdly shaped compared to how we see the benefit. I mean, they are. I don't know if I would say the echoes are stretched exactly. I guess they're kind of lanky looking. Their middle body, it's like all of the meat on their bones coalesced into the center, is what the echoes look like. Their legs are sort of spindly, but they have this like round body. They have a long neck too. I do think they're like, warped in some way, but they're not warped in like a worm way, really. The Watcher Voidworm is just minutes old when we see the ending. We don't even get to see them grow their tendrils at the end of their head. Then again, it could be possible that would grow over time. Possibly. I mean, the light is in the way. The big glowing light that all of them have as like their ethereal crest, we could say, that blocks out the visage of their head and little arm things that they also have there. So, like, I know there's a glitch that the light doesn't appear, but if that's not intended, so it could be that they are there, just, small at the time. But then again, there's a point where you could say that we don't know how big the Watcher is getting from the perspective of the Watcher. Like, the Watcher gets a lot bigger than the Slugcat, but then it sort of seemingly stops growing. Doesn't ever actually stop growing, does it? Because how would we know? There's nothing to gauge against where it is. We don't even know if time really works properly in that layer of the void, or any layer of the void. A silly idea I had with the Daemon multiverse is that they're meant to represent everyone's PC/console everywhere. Wow! Fascinating. I mean, nothing is stopping you from having that. I don't really dabble with meta myself, though, unless the game's is specifically mentioning that. Like some games do that, and they do it very well. She probably would have probably been more interesting than the big problem, but the signal is the easiest thing to convey. I mean, yeah, like the iterators were fundamentally limited in what they were capable of viewing. Arguably the iterators were more limited than actual creatures are, in the sense that iterators are like nigh impossible to kill, right? Which means that if the cycle does work on them, however the cycle might work on them, they aren't experiencing death all the time. They aren't cycling back. This is potentially the reason why Looks to the Moon is so skeptical on some of the more mystical sides of things. Which she does become sometimes. Because iterators don't get the reincarnation effect in the same way that other creatures do. They might, in some form, in some ridiculously large, long-scale form, assuming that, like... Assuming that when they die, they cycle back, but I don't know if that would be true. Like, if Pebbles... Like, you know how 5 Pebbles wastes away and eventually dies? Like, does he cycle back to the beginning of his priming? Or not, or what? Or does he cycle back at all? Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he cycles, you know, into the future as, like, 1,000 little animals. Or something. Which would probably happen gradually because of the decaying neurons and all that. But... I mean, yeah, 5 Pebbles' death is quite like the Hunter, and if that's anything to go by, then dying to the rot, or... dying to the rot, or... How did Minoru say it? Oh dear. A death, artificial, an unnatural death will get you cycled back in time, like falling into burning coals or getting stabbed will have you cycle back in time. But dying of, like, old age or cancerous rot will have you cycle forward, because you're sort of like, you can't cycle back in time that much when you die, maybe? Like, yeah, actually, yeah. Like, so if the iterators were to experience the cycle, they wouldn't actually be able to cycle back all that much, which means that death like 5 Pebbles would result in cycling forward. Which does indeed mean that an iterator cannot really experience the cycle, because when they do, they sort of stop being an iterator. In which case, can't really, you know, make all the same kinds of decisions and ideas and things like that. Echoes live so long they forgot what their proportions. That's an interesting one. I mean, that would make sense, because they're not really physical anymore. They're more physical than other things that could be ghosts. Like, they're more physical than the Ripple Spawn and Void Spawn, but that's possibly because they ascended physically. Like, if I'm not off base with, you know, everything I've said about the Ripple Spawn and Void Spawn, which is probably the theory I'm least confident about still. I mean, well, like, not the whole thing, but, like, subtle aspects of it, because those things are strange in quite a few ways. But those are qualia on its own. Those are just, like, memories and qualia. They're as ghost as you can get. Nothing about them is physical. But echoes aren't made of real flesh, but since they ascended physically, like, they actually walked into the void physically, as opposed to dying and, like, going through the qualia cycle and all the other things that could be happening. Since they did that, they get to keep, like, a fake version of their body, which is why they have, you know, frayed tendril fabrics and chains and things. The decorative things that they would have worn are now, like, a fake ghost version of their clothes and masks and things, which is kind of interesting to think about. But yeah, not exactly like Hunter. 5 Pebbles is kind of like the rot lizards. I mean, Hunter is... I would argue that 5 Pebbles is more like Hunter than the rot lizards, because the rot lizards are a fringe thing. The rot lizards are lizards that have the rot without material constraints, and thus it's overrun their body and is, like, on top of them as a arguably larger organism than they are, filling their organs and rupturing from them. Whereas what the Hunter has is rot, definitively. Like, I'm pretty sure even the dev said that, but it's not like... Whoa, that giant drill crab fell for a second. One of the things that I will, for now, disagree with that Downpour proposes Not that it doesn't have the cool factor, it really does, but the hunter long legs, right? Big hunter with the tendrils and things all over it, like a rot lizard. That would be a fringe thing, like in the fringe, like corrupted shoreline or whatever it would be called. There would be a hunter that looks like that. But physically, the rot that the hunter is growing is tangential to the size of its own biology. Like you know, cancer cells and things like that. It would be, you know, tumorous, I'm sure, but it wouldn't get up and walk around. Or at least not at the scale that the hunter is. Maybe you get, like, you know, tiny single-celled organism rot in its body wandering around. That's probably how it is normally. But Five Pebbles is like that, because the thing about an iterator, the ancients inadvertently introduced rot that is like the fringe rot into the physical world, because iterators, the, you know, colossal superorganism things that they are capable of growing rot that is simply that big anyway, and it can get up and walk around and in fact kill you. That is to say, yeah. I don't think there's anything here. I did hear there was a pearl in this region. I don't... Oh my goodness, am I bringing those things with me? One thing interesting I find is when you're there's... Okay. Uh-oh. Oh my god, I did bring it with me. I think its AI is broken though. Anyway. One thing I find interesting is that when we're shown the worlds in our daemon aligning, the close-up shows 3 worlds at once. Here's moving simultaneous. I think it does. That's when it puts you into the depths, right? To what I think that means, that's why I think, like... Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's just completely broken. They are all related to each other. It's like a gradual thing. The world is gradually a different strand as you go through the strands under normal conditions. And so when Daemon brings us to depths, it like does however its power works. A single strand isn't concretely one thing. And so when it uses its power to highlight the strand in the depths that it puts you in, it also ends up highlighting the strands next to it, because those strands are like half basically the same thing. That's what I would say anyway. Hello, spider. Imagine an iterator superstructure moving via rot. Yeah, that would be nuts. That's what you would get. I mean, that's not unlike what Unfortunate Evolution is, kind of. Although, I suppose based on all this logic, you can't, unfortunately. For all of those who wanted to see a giant iterator walking around in giant colossal, you know, cosmic horror rot tendrils, it seems like eventually rot will get so powerful that it does the previously mentioned reform into the image of the Weaver thing and become a worm. It seems. This place is oddly serene. I think I always thought iterators just had so many pieces of living tissues, cells, and whatnot in their bodies to the point where even if they were to die unnaturally and come back, it wouldn't matter. Like what? Like in the sense that there's always some of them left. I mean, I guess so, but that's like that would be true based on how this works. Like if you were to kill a neuron, surely the cycle would act on the neuron and have it cycle back into a previous version of itself. But as like the same logic could apply to your own cells by that logic. It would be, you know, confusing. It would be, you know, hard to wrap your mind around that, you know, your biological cells are undergoing the same process that you are as a whole. But the reason that would still work and not actually change anything is because I mean, the same reason it works in our, our world without reincarnation. Your cells will live and die, but they all will inevitably still contribute to a whole, which will eventually die too. So even if like, tiny pieces of the iterator die and cycle back, that still means the whole thing can and will eventually die physically anyway. The question then, again becomes what exactly the whole experiences in terms of the cycle. Technically, the Rod and Station Annex is not part of the Fringe. I agree with that. To me, it looks like Ancients started experimenting on a lot of lizards inside large tubes, and eventually the corpses started developing rot. I thought the downboard devs made a sketch of for a rot boss. It was this giant mother long legs blob that would fill the holes and trying to chase you, and eventually worse mother long legs, basically. I've heard of that. Isn't that what the song Polybius is for? Like, there's a song called Polybius that is unused because supposedly it was for a boss, which was that thing. And they scrapped it because Rainbow doesn't have bosses. Like, that's not how Rainbow works. How would you even program that in everything functioning like this? It would be like it would be jarring related to the behavior of everything else. But anyway, do you have any thoughts on the Pearl dialogue? I have thoughts on the Pearl dialogue, but hold on. I agree with you, UCC, about Station Annex. I've said it myself a few times over the course of this playthrough that Station Annex seems to be like the whole Aether Ridge in its entirety seems to be a facility, not unlike a facility like Black Mesa or something, where you have this, just ridiculously giant testing facility where you're doing all sorts of different stuff in different locations and wings of the place. You have the place where you store your pools of brine, not unlike pools of acid. You have your place where you ferry people around, getting from place to place. They have trains to get everyone anywhere because it's just that big. They have the docks where they get resources and a bunch of other stuff. And the Station Annex is their science labs where they are experimenting on rot. Perhaps the reason we're brought to Station Annex, if it's not... Honestly, you know what? Spinning Top's... The exact location Spinning Top brings you to is interesting because theoretically they are all part of Spinning Top's psyche in some way. Spinning Top knows about all these locations, and that's why they're in this list of memories and dreams that Spinning Top brings us to. But some of them, like especially all the fringe ones, like Spinning Top doesn't bring us to the fringe ones. Especially since all the fringe ones are part of Pebbles Grounds, which who knows what Spinning Top is doing in Pebbles Grounds anyway, but it doesn't really seem like... Even if Spinning Top knows about Pebbles Grounds, it doesn't seem important enough to, show up in the Waves and Ripsels. So Pebbles Grounds is being brought to us in the form of corrupted factories and whatnot, because we are from Pebbles Grounds, physically. And, similar goes for, Outer Rim. Outer Rim is bringing us to it as opposed to Spinning Top showing it to us. Somehow. The exact reason why I think it probably is because of the presence of the throne. A lot of rot might just bring us there. Which could then thus mean that it's not Spinning Top bringing us to Aether Ridge, but Station Annex is, because of all of the experiments in there. Then again, Spinning Top does show up in there a few times. So maybe they do know about it? But it could still be... It could be the other way. It could be both. Even. Yeah, there's a similar idea to Pebbles on Ascension using rot. Pebbles was not trying to use the rot to ascend, sorry. Okay, so yeah, to recap Pebbles' whole story, Five Pebbles saw Sliver of Straw doing it's like, sending out the triple affirmative and then inexplicably dying. And then he was like, okay, well, iterators are really hard to be dead. So, what if all these fools are going about this whole mystery in the wrong way, says Five Pebbles. What if we just die? What if we just, trick the system and coax ourselves into being able to die? And so, he then, sets up a design, regardless of how much he got it from external sources, he sets up a design to make a purposed organism system that is supposed to colonize his whole form, and how did it go? Scramble the genome so that he can edit it accordingly. And basically all he wanted to do, thus, was have this, stuff spread throughout Five Pebbles' form, and use it to make the subtle change of allow kill switch. And then, presumably, after all that's said and done, he would simply, mentally press a button, and then the whole superstructure would die instantly. Instead, since it's really difficult to do that quickly, he used a lot of parallel processes, which used too much water, which meant Looks of the Moon was dying, so Looks of the Moon interrupted him, which meant his concentration failed, which meant his parallel processes were disrupted, which means that his purposed organism that is specifically designed to get through his whole system is now malfunctioning, which means it becomes a form of cancer, which means it becomes rot, and it means that his life is now doomed to slowly, painfully dying for the rest of his life. That's basically what Five Pebbles' story is. Why did the music stop suddenly? Does it just not play in those rooms, I guess? That was not good of me. Well, you should have told him he was playing a really intense video game. Yeah, she... Okay, Five Pebbles, I'll let it slide. Rain rolled a good ending. What was the region that supposedly had a pearl on the left? It was Stormy Coast, wasn't it? I'm wondering how many pearls I've got and how many pearls I don't have yet, because I wouldn't even be able to tell you. Stormy Coast. Ah, we're here. Would there be any pearls in this region? Does anyone know? There is one here. Can I get a cardinal hint? Do you bring over any pearls from the beginning? The beginning? What, you mean like from Pebbles Grounds? I don't think you can do that. It's in the long room. The long room. There's a few of those. I think there's a long room as in like the one up here. Not here. Not here either. There. Where? Okay. It's really hard to explain rooms of this region. Yeah, because they all look basically the same. It's a really good vibe for that. Renal does a really good job of, you know, feeling like a giant machine. And this place especially because it's like definitively one big thing. It doesn't even really have greebling. Whatever this is, it's just like, it is extremely curated in its design. Like, they wanted this place smoothed for something. I still don't really know what it is. On one hand, it seems like it could be related to the Verdant Waterways, since some of these pipes are reused shape-wise for the vents that Verdant Waterways has. But when I first found this place, I thought it was like a missile silo or something, or you know, or just like a rocket silo. I don't know necessarily if they would have such a thing for any reason. Maybe to try to get past the firmament, as they say. Thought it was a railway because the name. I'm blanking on what the name is again. Desolate Tract. Desolate. I feel like it's Desolate Tract, right? Not Desolate Track with a K. Tract is like. I mean, they're similar in a way. Tract is like the tract of your, like a stomach tract, long tube, which this place does look like that. Has a few places that look like that even. Which does imply it could be steam related, maybe? I don't know. Whoa. Is that the wind? Is that like the wind effect? That's really strange. Oh my god. Is that just what the wind is doing here? Fascinating. Which... Oh wait, no, this is the room. I'm in it right now. I see it. This is the long room. Long vertically. And only achievable through this. Alright. Get out of here, White Pearl. We are in business. Was there a place to demon here? Oh, yeah, there was. It's on the opposite side. All the way over there. It might be easier to just warp. Hopefully I don't die. This is not near Damon. Oh yeah. Also, it's really interesting that Station Annex, Cold Storage Station Annex, has one of these. You know, it's like, you know what it is? You know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of how the signal spires in Signal Spires are iterator adjacent, but they aren't iterators. Like, but they give me the vibe of like a regular supercomputer. Like, they want these things like, you know, storage of data center kind of thing, where they, you know, just have information for like internet network purposes. And for that you need a lot of computing power. So like, I would say that like effectively the Signal Spires buildings are your regular old kind of supercomputer, the kind that doesn't have a persona, and is able to talk to you. Well, maybe it's able to talk to you, but like not in the intelligent way, as we know. Why is that even there? Hold on, what? coral crab in Badlands. I suppose it was brought here. How do they say? Invasive species. Wonderful. I don't remember how to get damage from here. Doesn't seem applicable. Maybe it is somewhere though, I don't know. Assume these pearls don't show up in the collection menu. That's true! I wish they did. I wish they did. You know what? So, yeah, they should. I hope they do eventually add them to Expedition, because that is just good for them to do at some point. But I will also say that it would be crazy, but really cool if they were to go back and for base game pearls, maybe even base game white pearl. I think you probably just end up with the same stuff though. For base game pearls, they went back and gave them a Watcher player pearl player variant, and then allowed you to do the thing where like you can how you can like in the Artificer campaign you can't bring any pearls from Metropolis to Looks to the Moon, but in Expedition mode you can be there and bring a pearl from there to Looks to the Moon, like that kind of thing. That would be crazy. But it would be I mean it would be a great boon to knowing what is on those pearls more directly. I mean, some of them would probably be the same, like the plain text ones would basically say the same thing, but I'm pretty sure some of those pearls were visual. This is okay, hold on. Where am I? Where am I? Where is this? Oh, I was there. Oh, whoops. There's a way to Damon down there. Oh dear. No. Well, I suppose I do mean bringing Watcher Pearls to Looks to the Moon, but I do also mean bringing base game pearls to the Pearl player in Watcher. Which, again, yeah, I don't know how you would do that, because that would imply that you're playing in the Ripple space with a different Slugcat or something. Or that you're exploring more of Pebble's grounds as the Watcher, which is also equally strange. It's like, I can't really imagine any situation where it would be possible to bring those pearls. At least the pearls that are, you know, in Industrial Complex and Chimney Canopy and Outskirts and Farmaway. Well, not Farmaways, because that one is cut off, but those ones I can feasibly see some version of this happening, maybe. I don't know. You would have to, you know, actually completely make something new, though, because, of course, those pearls don't have that medium of information in them. Hi, you're coming with me. Really? They do have an interaction with the pearl? Huh. Player 1 is grounded being the Watcher. I mean, yeah, I That makes sense. I more so just mean, like, what locations you can explore matters more than what slug you're playing as for this idea. This is unfortunate. This is unfortunate? Say that again. Pebbles Pearls, if hacked in, just crash the game. Wait, so like the other ones don't? The other base game colored pearls don't? I'm gonna have to say. Okay, you know what? After we get all these pearls, I'm going to, I guess, use DevTools and try that for myself and see what happens, I guess. Oh, most of them pull from White Pearl. Oh, I see. I suppose that makes sense. I mean, it's kind of like, you know, a simple fix. Simple workaround. Again, I do wish / hope that it eventually comes around to be the proper thing, though. I don't know who would benefit from this edition, or how you would even achieve it without just straight up using DevTools, but it would be cool. Oh, wait, so they did do it then, just for the pearls that you can actually access in the Watcher campaign. Oh my goodness. Well, okay, then we're gonna cheat them in after we do proper pearl hunting. Drainage is a unique one? How would you get to drainage in Watcher? This bug is still happening, okay. You can't. Well, okay. These are my ideas for expedition. No Weaver stuff, rot still affects you, and you can get sick for teleporting too much. Every type of warp ability would also be available from the start. That... I can see that working. I can see that working. I mean, that's fair. I mean, does console even have mods? Oh yeah, they did change this. Is it like completely not visible anymore? Oh wait, no, there's still some of it up here, I think. Oh, hold on. Yeah, there's a lot. okay, it's still really cool. But I mean, I do kind of wish they would bring it back a little bit to this room. But it is kind of funny that you just cannot see this room at all. It has the mod portal. What does that mean? Like remix, but it has remix. So it has remix, but it doesn't have DevTools. I mean, okay, yeah, it still makes sense because DevTools is like probably best used on a computer. It is funny. It is funny. I don't know how many other games. I don't think I know of any other games that just allow you to turn on DevTools in the game. Like, what else would do that? I guess the Source Engine games do that. Like Half-Life and whatnot. But those are really old games, so I guess it kind of makes more sense in their case. But RainWorld does it it's like, that's nigh unheard of, right? I watched Uranium's playthrough as well. I do want to say that I think I did have a more enjoyable experience myself. It is, you know what it is? It's like, it's not, this update isn't geared for people who already played the Watcher campaign to play, unfortunately. Which, like, fair. It is very long. It's very long, not like... It's very long, and also the new stuff doesn't actually happen until a while, under normal conditions. I think I got a bit lucky on how early my instance of the Weavers showed up. But yeah. Again, that's why I'm not against doing that, especially since, a lot of stuff one has already seen. There's like, it is unfortunate, right? Because, whoops. Because someone who's sucked into this game from the lore alone isn't necessarily going to enjoy the gameplay as much. They are probably, still are, but, Rainbow has a tendency to, torture you. So, there's a particular mindset that, there's more than one way to do one thing, so there's more than one particular mindset that is going to enjoy Rainworld, especially with the different kinds of things it will give you and the different kinds of rewards it will give you after an arduous long journey. But I think I myself in particular am just like very forgiving. It's like, oh, I died in a way that's completely nonsense. All right, let's try again. Yeah, it's like it's like 20% of the playthrough was DevTools, which is a lot, but it could be more. In the sense that it is good that it isn't more. Because, you're not even really going to experience the game if you just used DevTools only, because that would be like, what, summoning stuff in? You wouldn't... It's like, it's like trying to get a chicken to hatch by drilling into the egg. Which isn't going to work. Most of the time. Just on virtue of how DevTools works, it's better to use DevTools when you already know what's going on, simply because you're going to know what you're doing if you do that. did the pearls legitimately. That's fair. I will say, actually, speaking of doing the pearls legitimately, I am, of course, I'm streaming specifically only to get the pearls now. But, and still nothing against Uranium Eater, though I do think that over the course of the playthrough, even before just doing pearl hunting, they're rather fixated on lore pearls, which is fair. I mean, that's how it is when you find them. They're like, the really rare thing that you gotta get it, gotta store it or something, put it somewhere, because you're not gonna see one of those things for a while. But I still don't know if I would say it's harder or easier to, get lore pearls to here. Because, unlike base game, where every pearl is a different distance from looks to the moon, here every pearl is an equal distance, although that distance is required you to build up your karma to fall, and, make a few hops and skips and not fall to your death. But yeah, I do think, I don't know if this is fair to say, but I think the lore pearls in Watcher are a bit less lore heavy. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. You know what? Okay. Here's a better way to say it. The pearls, as they were in Survivor or any other campaign, was built upon the gameplay of not really knowing what's going on, right? So every little bit counts. Every little bit tells you something, especially since they're all dialogue from Looks to the Moon, who is like, it's like, actually, what, that's also what it is. A Pearl Reader machine isn't going to tell you the context. Looks to the Moon will, because Looks to the Moon Looks to the Moon knows what she's talking to. She's like, you little animal, you don't actually know. Little animal doesn't actually know half the things I'm talking about, so I'm going to have to, explain it. Explain things that wouldn't ever actually be brought up in regular conversation, because they just all know it already. And the Pearl Reader is doing that. The Pearl Reader doesn't know that you don't know what it's talking about. But that well, let's look at this. Awesome! Fire. Yeah, I mean, especially with the addition of music pearls, I think it is fair to say that the lore pearls in Watcher are less important to the lore of what's going on. Actually, yeah, say it. Some of them are music pearls. The Pearl Reader doesn't know who you are and doesn't give you context, and also, these the pearls in general are from who knows where, mostly. Unlike the pearls in base game and Downpour, which are all from Pebble's grounds. So they're going to talk about stuff. Even, this is an interconnected society, they're from all over the place, they have the internet. But the pearls strewn about the lands are going to talk about local stuff. So, all that to say, I feel like hunting lore pearls, I'm sort of treating it like, let's go on an Easter egg hunt in the woods while we also talk about philosophy, is how I'm treating it, rather than this is the most important thing in the game, if you get what I mean. Well, that was that pearl. Let's go look for another one. In a universe where Pebbles gets his hands on one of these pearls, I don't think it would have the same vibe, and 5 Pebbles is the one that would care the most about that. Then again, I'm not sure how. I feel like I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's more mentally degrading. Uh, listening for a sad hymn for hundreds of years until you know, collapse or whatever, or listening to the fire bop for hundreds of years until you collapse. Which one is a worst experience, like, mentally? I'm second guessing myself as well. Would there still be a pearl there? How much data does a pearl hold? We don't know. It's not like, if you ask me, I mean, we also don't know how, we don't know how, well, two things. We don't actually know how space efficient, data-wise, the pearls are compared to our technology. They're probably not, you know, they're probably not bad, but we don't know exactly how it works. And two, we don't know how much space they're using. Like, a good chunk of the pearls could be really overblown in the file size of whatever they have. There is a line from Five Pebbles about a white pearl. That is like, oh, an impressive feat. This pearl has been filled to capacity. Although, however, it seems like the capacity in question is a single, excessively large image. You know, one of those images that would crash your computer if you open it. Except, obviously, you can't crash an iterator because it's the strongest computer ever. I do like... I think this is also one of the white pearls, which, by the way, did you know the Five Pebbles white pearls was actually written by the original devs, not the Downpour ones, which is interesting. But I think in another one in that list is like Five Pebbles has a bunch of puzzles. Or the white pearl in question has a bunch of puzzles. It's like a puzzle game pearl that you would load into your computer or something to play. And Five Pebbles says, within like 3 lines, says like, well, in this moment I've taken talking to you, I've already solved all of them. Which certainly shows how iterators actually, how much brain power they actually are working with. Made of a diamond. Yeah, they are. They are made of a diamond structure. You can find a data pearl, and looks at them and calls it a data pearl, so it's not like it's a different thing. You can find a data pearl that looks at them and says is empty, and she says, like, this data pearl is empty, thus making it simply nothing more than a worthless diamond sphere. Which means 2 things. 1, we don't have diamond artificial scarcity. Wow, wonderful. It is carbon. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, the rest of the line is, this is thus simply a diamond sphere about as useless as the carbon it's printed from. Which does mean that they just have, you know, diamond fabricators that make pearls. I mean, they probably have, you know, gold fabricators too, with how much gold clothing they're wearing. What would crashing an iterator even look like? I mean, it's not... Okay, so the iterators are computers, right? But they don't really have a traditional interface. They have like a little guy that you talk to instead of a computer screen, which means that you wouldn't notice it as easily, but it is possible. So a human can crash. It's called a few things. It can be a seizure. It can be a there's a few other things that would probably qualify as crashing in some form, although the thing about an organism is that it will either lead to their death or it won't last that long, because an organism is very adaptable and everything needs to stay on at all times, so the system is going to try to respond as fast as it can to problems. It's capable of doing that. However, I do know of a creature, I don't remember what it's called, but I think it's one of those animals that lives in like the middle of like an isolated land, an island or something, where it doesn't have predators. And the result of this, in this creature, which I think is a mammal of some kind, little mammal of some kind, when you, supposedly, due to the lack of any predation, it got rid of its brain, evolution-wise. Like, enough to, still, walk around and eat and things, but if you scare them, they will just stop moving, and not in like a play dead way. They just like look at you and stop moving, and I believe the reason why is they literally run out of processing. But like eventually they go back to normal and start walking around as if it never even happened, because they didn't actually process what happened. So I imagine crashing on a being that doesn't have a screen to display the crashing on would look something like that. Should we bring this white pearl to the pearl leader? I do have it. I am near a daemon portal, I think. Let me check. Yes. Yeah, sure. Just to check, I haven't been, like, disconnecting over the course of the stream at all, have I? I think once you glitched. I did consider that. But yeah, that seems fine if it's not notable. I was asking the diamond thing because my headcanon was that the pearls have the data stored in a 3D lattice kind of thing, sort of like a compact disc. I would agree with that, like a 3D version of a disc. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's why CDs are so chromatic looking, because they're doing the thing that butterflies do. Like, if you've ever seen a blue butterfly, it's supposedly easier for evolution instead of making like a blue pigment, supposedly, it's easier for evolution to make a lattice that tricks you into thinking it's blue. Which I'm pretty sure, like, the way that would work is that the ridges in the wing of the butterfly are the shape of blue light. Like, the wavelength of blue light photons. How to say. Which, obviously that doesn't sound like the easy solution for us, but yeah, that sort of thing I'm pretty sure is why a compact disc is chromatic. Because it is so materially complex. Because it needs to store all that information in the spaces between its shape. Like how the brain is wrinkly, right? The reason there's the whole thing of a high like they say a brain that is wrinkly has more intelligence and a brain that is smooth will not, is because when a brain adapts to do more thinking, the neurons will fold in on themselves to make those wrinkles for the purpose of having more surface area to have more neurons in, to thus store more data in. I do enjoy how the fastest way to move in this region is by moving in the opposite direction of the way you want to go. It almost makes the glitch where one of the portals work at a time is intuitive. Again, assuming that, and it does seem this way, whichever portal you go to first is the one that doesn't work, so in order to get to where you want to go, you have to go to the opposite of where you need to go. Which, again, that is a bug, and I do hope they fix it, but it is still funny that that kind of makes sense. I've heard it's been fixed, but I might not have the update myself. Maybe I should verify file integrity so that it can update. Because in the first stream of this playthrough, I was supposedly playing like a broken save, or a broken version of the update. Like, I half had the update, like there were new sound effects everywhere. And, oh my goodness, jump rope. That was literally jump rope. Did you guys see that? It's not fixed. But yeah, there's stuff like Spinning Top had new sound effects, and scavengers, the scavengers that were in Badlands had smoke coming off of them, but they didn't have the little canister they carry around that makes the smoke, which meant that the update I had, oh, and also there were no new rooms, all the rooms were the same, which means that the update I had was like half there somehow, and I have no idea how that would work. But yeah, I fixed it, and so maybe I'll try doing that again later. See, I thought it did update though. Is the thing, and I'm pretty sure the same thing happened before, where it said it updated, and that's the result. So, if my Reynolds says it's updated before, this is possibly this is possibly the most unlucky timing possible. Anyway, the update says boo. So yeah, it's possible that that's happening again. I don't think I'm getting out of this one, but I'm gonna wait anyway. Where are you going? Does this thing have a den here? I guess so. Okay. Sad, because you don't get to see the new Blizzard Lizard. You don't? Do you have the same problem? Anyway, that whole mission was for nothing, because we are now back here and I don't have a pro. So, we're gonna go out again. It always seems to put me in this region. Were you able to find any loaches? You know, I actually am not sure. I thought I found loaches, but I might be misremembering from my time playing version 1. This portal isn't real. This yeah, this portal is in fact not real. I'll go down there and see if I can find any of them. They do seem to not be here at all, which is strange. Oh, can you? Really? Hold on, I want to see that. I don't know what kind of stream this is. It is pearl hunting, but it's also just like detail hunting or something like that. And, you know, talking about things. Can you see the wind going into the tube? I mean, there is a tube. This is the tract, I suppose. This is the part that's actually the tract of Desolate Tract. I don't know. And yeah, I don't see loaches anywhere. I wonder what happened to them. Around tall objects. You mean these? Oh, you can't. There is a cutoff point in the wind, actually. Yeah, like that one room. Sorry. Oh, there's a frog lizard up there. Huh. I am bringing it with me. I like how the threat music started like 5 whole seconds before we actually got here. Were there no pearls in this region? There were a bunch of white pearls, which I suppose is an indication to gather some white pearls, but none of that's convenient enough to go to it intentionally for now. That is perhaps the most thematic thing for Aether Ridge to do to me upon arrival. I wonder if it depends on room, because 2 times out of 2, or maybe more, I don't know if I've warped from this room before, I seem to have gone to Desolate Tract specifically. I wonder if I will do that again if I warp from the hallway. No. I'll just keep warping for a few. A rotted vulture. It is true. It is funny that only the lizards seem to have the rot so much. And of course, you know, part of that is because lizards are so prevalent to begin with. But a part of me wonders, you know what, actually, I think I have said this before in the previous sessions, but what if the lizards are just like more susceptible to cancers? This could make sense. Like the genome of the lizards is like more mutative. Which could entail why there's so many different variations of them, as opposed to like other kinds of creatures. Like they're extremely mutative, which means that they evolve very quickly, but it also means that they are more prone to cancers, which means that the fringe version of them are bound to be rotted in this sort of way. No red centipedes in any other regions. That's actually true. I suppose that's a unique Pebbles Grounds feature. Coming to Pebbles Grounds, we have red centipedes. That's also true. You know what, I'm pretty sure they have said that this is not the end for updates, be it of the Watcher or Rain World as a whole. So I do hope, and I'm pretty sure this is something that other people have also noted, perhaps less kindly than me, or just not thinking about it, but basically all of the new creatures do not have an ecosystem. And you know what? I think they fixed it a little bit with adding the boomerang head lizards, which specifically are able to eat coral bugs. Which thus means that coral bugs have a natural predator, but they didn't have before. And there's still quite a few creatures that don't. So, it would be good for them to... Locust whales sort of do. True. Well, nothing eats the whales, but the whales eat the locusts like krill, which I think is actually unbelievably clever. There's a theory about Watcher I absolutely hate, and I need to know if I'm crazy or not, because it makes no sense to me. Is Watcher's end them becoming a baby Voidworm? Have you not seen it? Were you not there to see it? Have you not played the game? Well, I don't know if I would say a baby Voidworm, because I don't know if those things have a life cycle. But Watcher does become a Voidworm. And there's a lot of reasons why. You've seen it multiple times? Have you seen it in like an uninterrupted playthrough? See, I can understand the perspective where, you know, it doesn't really make sense what you're looking at. Oh, I have this now. But you have to remember that, well, that's a strange way to start that sentence. I've seen quite a few playthroughs of Rain World, right? And there are, of course, those that do not have a good experience with the game. But one such type of bad experience with the game is giving up going through like halfway through and looking up the ending. And if you do that, you will not get anything out of it. Like, base game, going into the void normally has this somehow manages to make people like, I don't think sentimental is the right word, just emotional, I suppose, about what's happening, even though they have no idea what's going on. And like what they interpret is going to be wildly out of whack. But the thing about an ending like that is if you don't experience the uninterrupted continuity of the game to get there, it will just feel like it doesn't make any sense at all. So the ending completely blind. They look nothing like a void worm other than being fish-like worm. No, they look like a void worm. Did you? Okay. There is a bug. There is a bug that makes it so that the Watcher's like crest. You know how the void worms have like a glowing sphere around them that conceals their face area? There's a bug that means that that doesn't appear on the Watcher, but it did appear from mine, and it is supposed to appear because that's what the void worm looks like. And also, so the Watcher has differences, and again, it could be that those differences. How did I say it before? Watcher could look different from other void worms for two reasons. One, because it is an early stage and it will eventually look like other void worms. Or two, all the void worms are different from each other, but this is not easily observed from our scale or perspective as the survivor. Or it could be a mixture of both, or some secret third option. But I would definitively say that it is a void worm, simply on par with having the void worm body plan. The same as the Leviathan body plan, and the listener rotworm body plan. They all have the same very long, worm body that ends abruptly in like an almost flat head shape that in the void worm's case goes into a bunch of tiny head things and have a bunch of fins on them and a really, really long thread-looking tail. And through that, I also said there's a bunch of other stuff like everything in Rainworld that is a giant worm like this is inadvertently made in the image of the Weaver because it seems like the original being that has this shape, and it's possible that anything sufficiently powerful in a cosmic sense or other sense. I don't know if it's fair to say that Leviathans are powerful in a cosmic sense, but they have something like this going on. The devs have once said that it is no coincidence that the Leviathans share a body plan with the void worms. But regardless, the force at play in question likes creatures being that shape if they bear certain qualities. And thus, who even knows what all the other void worms are? They could be completely different creatures. They could be from eras long past, but they seemingly... the idea that the Watcher became a void worm evokes the implication that the Weaver and Damon, or both, have a system, right? And when a creature breaks the laws of physics and escapes from reality, goes out of the cycle, breaks the cycle, but not in like a way that makes sense, or does whatever the Watcher's doing, tearing fabric of space-time apart to explore memories and dreams and ripples and waves, the Weaver and Damon will step in. Damon needs all the strands fixed, and in return Damon is like, if you do all this stuff, you'll be able to go back home. That's what the 3 pillars are. It's like, I suppose it's seen into our future what we'll do with the world. It's like, after you do these things, you get your reward, which is going back home. And so it sends us back to Pebble's Grounds, which fails, because the Watcher is simply still too misaligned. It has seen too much, and its state of being, state of mind is permanently altered, and thus it is unstable in this reality fundamentally, which means that, unfortunately, it cannot go into Pebble's Grounds. It cannot go back to the Ripple space for that long. It cannot even go back to its original home somewhere in the outer expanse beyond civilized, built lands. And so, as a final resort, Damon, while fixing its own strands in this local area of whatever you would call it, non-reality, focuses the Watcher into a particular strand, which is a version of itself entering the depths, thus plunging the creature into the void, where it will transform into a void worm because of its unique experience having been outside of the logic of the laws of physics. Which again forms the implication that other void worms Like, all of the Voidworms are incredibly knowledgeable about the world from a perspective that is simply impossible to see from a mortal's perspective. But they can barely do anything with this information. Like, they don't have a society, they don't build anything, they just swim around, cursed with knowledge forever. Which, maybe they're at peace? Maybe this new form, like, it doesn't seem as a prison so much as it seems like simply what you do to a creature that has these qualities. Like, the Weaver and Daemon operate on states of mind that are likely completely alien to us, and they don't even see this as like a punishment. If you can be seen as a punishment, maybe. I mean, you know, well, I don't know. I feel like if I was a Voidworm, I wouldn't have that very interesting of an experience. But maybe not. We wouldn't know what happened. I'm gonna take a moment to re-chat. I mean, yeah. I never said the Voidworms are not intelligent. That's, in fact, by this logic, the Voidworms would probably be one of the most intelligent kinds of being in this whole thing. In, you know, one way or another, they're like mortals that transcended states of being and have gone to know the world beyond the world, and like they have left the stage and now peered down at it from the audience, or up at it from the audience, which is kind of what going to Daemon is like already, but that's sort of what the Voidworm seemed to have. Why do I keep going back here? I mean, when I'm losing it? It's possible that there's just some path. Oh, what was that? Oh, a whale is doing something. Ah. Oh, it's very helpful. This is wonderful. Yeah, you know, the reason why I've taken upon myself to have this position of trying to provide explanation to all this esoteric stuff is because not only have I taken a great interest to other stories that have this side of lore, but my own world building includes a lot of it too. Explaining what would be previously seen as unexplainable, but having it retain its, you know, otherworldliness, and, well, yeah, you get the idea. I think these canisters just protect you, don't they? No. I'm dead. fact. This is a predicament. Sneaky whale. It is interesting how they've gone from signal spires to here. I mean, the canisters. I'm sure the canisters do something. I'm pretty sure. I mean, if nothing else, when you destroy them, they splatter everywhere, which I think that would protect you from the locusts. But surely they have some kind of warding ability to regular bug creatures, probably. Oh my goodness, what is this doing here? Well, the locusts eat this. Yes. This creature is now dying. It doesn't care. Am I stuck? What do I... Oh. Would there be a pearl here? But there would be a pearl here. I know I haven't... I don't know... Okay. I don't know if I've fully explored this region. I still don't know if I fully explored this region. You like this region a lot. I like this region a lot too. It's very good. You know, there is one thing I will say about most of the Watcher's regions. And I don't know, I don't even fully... What? Huh? That was strange. I don't even fully convince myself when I say this exactly, but I do feel like the regions in Watcher are kind of to put in an immediate harsh way that I will further explain to clarify, lacking something, but not in like, you know what I think it is? The inherent way we're exploring the waves and the ripples, it gives an incredible sense of variety, and we have all sorts of things like sand and strange plants and new creatures. But since none of them, well, since most of them don't really connect to each other, we're left grasping at straws as to what the meaning of it all is. In a different way, the regions in base game were similarly, you know, at first glance, not really all that individually meaningful, but they were all part of one big place, which thus gave them more significance individually. And in an in-world sense, the same logic would apply to all of these, but we don't know what that is here. And there's a few, it's like, the Watcher takes that opportunity to like, instead of having the whole region be a giant singular body spectacle, it has every region be a little spectacle in its stead. More diversity, more strangeness, places like this, new ways of using terrain. but only a few of them will actively try to be significant, if you will. Like, only a few of them have background effects. Background as like background. You look at the background and you see like a whole place. And how many regions do that in Watcher? At least 2. 3. Which would be Outer Rim, Ancient Urban, and Signal Spires. I think I might be dead, actually. I don't know why I did this. Yeah. That's true. So some regions do connect to each other. And that in turn makes the whole more significant. But we still don't know, like, we know what verdant waterways might connect to Desolate Tract, and verdant waterways might have the lineage in relation to the creatures in Signal Spires. The whales have gone here, and also the locusts have gone here, which, who knows if it's even the same patch of locusts. It could be a whole different lineage of locusts that have reformed in this era, because locusts aren't even like a thing that lasts all the time, right? Don't they just like happen spontaneously? I mean, assuming they even work the same way. I mean, this is a rain world. But outside of that, we don't know what the deal with this place is. And we can only speculate. And we can only speculate. Because half of the lore pearls are music. It's like, what is this place for? And maybe that's not, maybe I'm going on a tangent, maybe that's not what I should be trying to mean when I say spectacle. Oh dear. What is this whale doing? Hello? Hello, creature? You know, okay. Maybe what I'm looking for is just that I wish more regions didn't have the background fog. Like the ones that have wind instead of rain. Like, what if you went out to desert land and it was desert background? Water distribution facility, maybe. Like, the regions themselves, I feel like to lean further into, as opposed to all of the land being a single giant spectacle, every region gets to be its own miniature spectacle. I feel like to lean into that more, every region should have more of its own little spectacle. Like, I don't know what that would be for this place. Again, I'm sort of grasping at straws even trying to describe what I'm trying to describe, because I barely even convince myself, because I don't know what the solution would be, aside from adding more backgrounds. There are colorful regions. It's not like places in the Watcher are any less colorful than base game are, because most of Pebbles Grounds was like basically the same color, except for the ones on like the higher ground. It's confusing to describe. I mean, yeah, I know why it's foggy. And to be fair, this would actually contradict with another theory I had, which effectively states that, like, what if the reason the rain is so strong isn't just because iterators are doing it, but because iterators are adding on to something that already previously exists, in the sense that the rain is just strong in this world, like torrential railways and whatnot. And the reason for that could be that this world is... it just has a cloud layer. Always. Like, under normal natural conditions, you cannot see the sky from the ground, no matter where you are. And I don't even know if you would have mountains, because mountains are like, there's no, at this rate probably most of the people in chat have heard me say this before, but there's no evidence of volcanism in Rainworld. Even the slightest bit of volcanism. And the consequence of that, and there's no evidence of volcanism in lava, there's no igneous rock type things. And the reason for that would probably be the void is there instead. But the result of that, if all matter is sedimentary, in the sense that it rains down from the sky from the countervoid as dust that builds up over time, it could mean that there's no mountains, because there's no earthquakes. And that would mean that the land is even more level than would be what we would think. Outer Expanse doesn't have as much fog, but it still has fog. It's just like the fog is less dense there, which does make sense. It's like, it's still kind of on high ground, some of it at least, and also is less dense fog because it's not at the iterator, so there's less fog to go around, but there's still a lot of fog. Why are all of the whales coming together at once? The Starcat, I mean, there doesn't seem to be fog. Well, there's a lot of clouds in Outer Expanse, but Outer Expanse seems to be bereft of fog. It also doesn't have rain, it has wind. Which again, two things. One, if Outer Rim, sorry. Outer Rim, if Outer Rim is tangibly a place that exists in the world that you can just walk to, then I would surmise that it doesn't have as much fog, either because it's next to the firmament or something, or because of the lack of rain due to the location. Again, possibly because it's next to the firmament, but that would also be grounds for me for the whole thing of like, well, maybe the desert locations shouldn't have all that much fog, so you can see the desert in the background. That'd be cool. But that's just wishful thinking. It could also be, I have a different theory about where Outer Rim is, but it could be off base. It's like an alternative proposal, but I still want to make sure that I'm not just silly when I give that. I suppose I could mention it for now, but I don't know if I should. That was not... okay. Speaking of which, does this place rain? I don't know. I don't know what happens here. Maybe it's windy? I want to hear the theory. Oh. I'm not getting very far going this direction, am I? nice detail from that render is that you can actually see Chimney Canopy's connection bridge there. Snow fog at a point where you can see oh yeah. Is that Chimney Canopy? I suppose it would be. I suppose I'll go over the theory that I have for Outer Rim. Basically, there's a few things. So, we are not clear on the shape of Ringworld, of the world. All the things about like the celestial spheres and the firmament certainly lean to geocentricness because it seems to be an enclosed universe. But in my opinion, it doesn't necessarily imply that it's like, you know, flat or anything like that. It could be smoother in the sense of like, you know, having no mountains, but there's a few things that could entail that the world itself is not a plane. And one is the moon, which also the moon just throws me off for a lot of other reasons. I don't know what's up with the moon. No one really talks about it, or like what it is. I suppose it's just suspended in the celestial spheres of the firmament, which, yeah, well, anyway, but also, the line talking about the whole, you know, big problem is literally called global ascension, which could be a figure of speech to just get the term across, but that's like, you know, globe. So, maybe it is. Maybe it is a globe, but what would that mean then? Where is the firmament in that case? Because you can't just like walk to it at the edge of the world, because there wouldn't be an edge of the world in a sphere. That's not how spheres work. So, the other aspect was, so yeah, looks to the moon, passively says, talks about the moon and stars, eh? Maybe I should watch that video. What was I saying? Yeah. Looks to the moon passively says global ascension, which presumably that's just what everyone calls it. But also says, like, so why doesn't the ground collide with the sky? Which is something I would have initially thought of as a figure of speech. I mean, we wouldn't have known at the time of all of these implications for the celestial spheres being something, you know, they use even in the industrial age, which implies that there's merit to it, which there seems to be because of all this nature of an enclosed universe. But that would then imply at least, that you can run into the sky. That it's a physical object that has there's like a, you know, a build height, so to speak, or you know, just like a shell, a sphere, a celestial sphere, even sky sphere, whatever you call the inner layer. But if you can touch the sky, if you can collide with the sky, to me that would say, like, a civilization like this place is an ecumenopolis, which if you haven't heard that term before, it's used in some sci-fi world-building concepts and things and stories. It essentially just means planet that has been turned into a city, like, entirely. And I think we can all agree that that's what Rainworld is. Rainworld, it's like, they have space-age level technology. They have anti-gravity generators. They have floating drones. They have biosynthetic computers that cover the whole world, basically, or at least some of it. And where they don't have biosynthetic computers, they just have facilities and machines and other sorts of stuff covering all over the place. There's like no place untouched. Almost, at least. Supposedly there is still an outer expanse between some of these places, and that still has, like, places that they don't care about enough to actually do anything with. But a civilization with that much power is a civilization that would try everything eventually. Which means, to me, that... And they say they have flying machines. I mean, they have helicopter machines. And also, looks at the moon, there's like a line about the sails in a White Pearl somewhere. Like, oh, look at that, gets looks at the moon to reminisce or something. It's like, Oh, I did so enjoy watching the rising of the sails in the morning, or something like that. It's like some kind of festival type thing, but yeah, so they had flying machines of varying sorts. So if you ask me, that kind of civilization would eventually determine if or if not you could collide with the sky. And in that case, they would determine that yes, you can. They would fly into it or something, hopefully not too catastrophically. Hopefully, I mean, sometimes you gotta learn the hard way, right? But, well, I mean, we wouldn't know. But if you can collide with the sky, what happens if you try to go through the sky? If it's a physical object, what is its durability? And so, what they might try next is to try drilling through the sky. And what would they reach? Probably it's like a celestial sphere above the one that makes up the sky, I suppose. The immediate celestial sphere. Regardless of if you can or cannot see through these spheres, I wouldn't be... I don't know. But where would you end up? Well, there are upward drills in Outer Rim. Or at least things that look like they could be drills, but I'm not entirely sure on that, because the lower structure of them do kind of look like the temples up there as well. But the fractured concept for this room. This region is very good. But all that to say that Outer Rim could be next to the firmament, but instead of in an edge of the world sense, it's in like a vertical sense. Which would still make it would make it not unlike this world's version of a space program. I mean, it doesn't look hospitable in Outer Rim for certain. There is no ecosystems. We don't even know how the Inquisition scavengers got there, the Templars and whatnot, as they're called. Maybe they teleported there in some kind of ripple way. I don't know. But if they are incapable of doing that, then it would imply that you can just walk there, which would imply it's on the edge of a plane. Probably. I mean, unless we want to go so far as to say that Outer Rim is on like the poles or something, which is a bit, I guess a slight bit more finicky of an idea. Co-maker of Outer Rim, Rag, says that when the drills in Outer Rim are just asset reuse. I was thinking it could be. Which that's... I don't know how to feel of that if it is. I mean, it's not like they haven't done asset reuse before. There's a lot of versatility in the assets they do have in reconfiguring them into different kinds of shapes. But it just throws me off. Because there's a not zero chance that the world is not a plane. And in the event the world is not a plane, then you don't have an edge of the world, which implies where is Outer Rim? It's above us or something. And I even if my evidence is sort of finicky, I still hold on to it because it has about as much evidence as Outer Rim being on the edge of the world, because literally no one even talks about where we are. Oh, and actually, no, another thing that I... this is like reverse flutter. That's true, that's true, that's really funny. Another thing that I connected the dots of, potentially, that if this is true, if Outer Rim is above the world in every direction, if it's like on a higher celestial sphere, and the counter void is somewhere above it still, that could mean that it isn't somewhere random in the Outer Rim. It's still quantifiably the Outer Rim, just, everywhere, as opposed to edge. Still an edge, but three-dimensional edge. But anyway, if it's above everyone, if it's above everything, then it could be not random where we go to in Outer Rim. Like, yes, we probably go to the place we go to because the prince's throne is there, but there is the theory that the prince's the rot that made the throne, and it would eventually form into the prince, like fell out of the sky or something. Like you have, I don't know exactly what would cause that. Maybe it's like the impossibly rare case that a DLL made it all the way down to the depths somewhere, fell into the void, and like that doesn't work physically, so it just goes through the whole thing like gum through a stomach, and ends up through the counter void and falls into outer rim, into a random star catcher. And suddenly you have, because Outer Rim doesn't really seem like the Fringe, right? It has cosmic rot in it, but it doesn't seem like the Fringe. The location seems like arguably more real than other locations in the whole campaign. But it has cosmic rot. So it could be a case of we're brought here because this is the most powerful case of rot in the not Fringe world. And for a moment we're actually real here, and we're able to be real because of the sheer amount of cosmic rot that's here, not following material constraints. But if that's the case, what would cause said rot to be there? What would permit a DLL to reach the void? Well, if the Outer Rim is above us, directly above us, then we would have a good candidate for where that rot came from. Rot from Hunter surviving. Well, I was more just meaning like 5 pebbles. Which would inadvertently mean that 5 pebbles greeted the prince, but that's how far you can go with that, at least. Yeah. Again, I'll admit I'm still not as confident on that one, but it does fit together into a nice, interesting painting of the world. Personally, I don't think Prince's main personality is from Sliver of Straw. The Prince... So, people are asking, like, is the Prince 5 pebbles? It's the Prince Sliver of Straw. Firstly, I would say, I mean, I don't know if we can have, like, copies of memories. We probably can, but, Sliver of Straw is probably another one of those void worms. I shouldn't have mentioned that. I'll have to explain it again because you came here asking about how Watcher could become a void worm. Anyway, though, yeah, I would say that the Prince is mini iterators. The way the Prince talks, the Prince more so talks like the Prince is made up of the concept of iterators. Like, it's indistinguishable which one from which because all of them are just there together. Which would make sense, assuming that the rot works the way I also describe in those theory videos, in which a buildup of rot the buildup of rot will simply absorb random qualia from the world at large. Memories from just things. And it just so happens that a lot of the brain matter in the available world is from iterators, which, go figure, they are quite brainful and large. hold on. I don't think that the fringe rod is just visible to the Watcher. I think it is a physical thing that every creature can see and feel, and only the only thing the only thing being that it's just in that strand. I would probably agree. It's like when I mean that the fringe rot is only perceptible by the Watcher, I don't exactly mean that the other creatures that you see are just not experiencing it all. I more so mean that we're frolicking in the ripples and the waves, right? To which we can't exactly call the locations we traverse real, but all of these locations are paired to a real version of themselves because they are memories. Like, some of them might be on the more imaginary side in ways that we wouldn't be able to really tell apart from the real ones, but most of them, well, all of the structures at least, seem to just be stuff that is found somewhere in the world, which means that there are center space counterparts for all of these places, and in those places there are creatures that are running around, living in an ecosystem. And for those creatures, they, I heard one time, one of the other things the dev said is that Watcher is more likely to be seen in your dreams. Like, you'll, from a random creature's perspective, you won't see the Watcher, but if you dream, or maybe from your mind's eye or something, you might catch a glimpse of the Watcher that way. And so, from the perspectives of the creatures around us, in this strand, this is what's happening, yes. But to the other strands that they're connected to, the cosmic rod isn't really physically happening to them. Steam. Hold on, I didn't finish reading, actually. Additionally, the campaign's ending shows you industrial complex and outskirts. The campaign's ending shows you industrial complex and outskirts to show you that once the cycle is restored, the rod is gone, as in some form of hard reset. I can see how I can see how you would interpret it that way, and I wouldn't necessarily entirely dispute that, because even with the logic I would instead use, it kind of can still be said like that. But I would more so say, so why does this place? Oh, whale happening. Oh wait, that's at my way maybe. But for every place, oh dear, for every place, there is a fringe version of that place. To say the ripples and waves that we are exploring now is sort of in between the fringe and center space. In the sense that it is a how to actually, this is something I'm going to try to explaining in the next lore video. But like, the fringe is full of brain matter, right? You have the plants that are called brain trees. You have the rot, which is likely brains. You have the lobe trees, which are named after a terminology used for brains. Everything in the fringe is like biological brain related, in the sense that excess qualia is being stored there. Memories that have otherwise nowhere to go because they're lingering too much, or they have no valid body to wake up in again, or they are rot in the sense that nothing about their memories are coherent, even though they're from everywhere, so they go to the fringe because they're like half real in the sense of being a creature that makes any sense, because they have so much knowledge, yet none of it's like scrambled and made up of random memories. But anyway, all that to say that the fringe is containing memories. You have center space, which has creatures that contain memories and perceptions and things, and then you have the fringe, which is a version where the coherence, the spatial coherence of center space fails, but in its place is matter that can store memories. And you know what memories are? Memories and dreams and imagine worlds. Effectively to say that us being in between ripple space, no, us being in between the fringe and coherent space means that we are kind of still in the fringe, but we're in the, like, not physical version of the fringe. The physical version of the fringe is the brain version, which is, in turn, it's like, reality treats every strand as real, but strands have different relations between each other. Like, from this strand's perspective, I should just try going forward in this room. From this strand's perspective, the strand over here is a dream of that strand. But from that strand's perspective, it's fully real. And the world that claims it's above that world doesn't exist from their perspective. But if you keep going down that journey, eventually it'll loop back around and someone's dreaming of your reality in someone else's dream of a dream of your... I feel like I'm getting rapidly incoherent here. But those memories have to be contained somewhere. And some of them might be contained by physical creatures, while others, like echoes and who are not physically there, not necessarily that the qualia can't exist without a medium. It might be able to, especially since that's kind of what it's. I mean, that's like, in a way, that's what the definition of a ghost is: mind without body, memory without physicalness, to house it in a medium. But it's possible that these places are relative to the fringe, are housed within the fringe. Oh my god, I'm going on a tangent. Is anything I'm saying making sense? It makes sense. How reassuring. Steamed over 50 times, Damon's disappointed. But yeah, so all that to say, this place is memory and dream and imagine world, whereas the fringe is technically more on the physical side, while also being a place that isn't physically coherent. Which means, in turn, in tandem, that the fringe is already there. When we see Spinning Top, the land isn't being consumed by the fringe, it's the Watcher's perspective that's being consumed by the fringe. The Watcher is being torn outside of life, of regular physical world, and is plummeting into the fringe, which is the brain version of the world, where memories are stored. Because the Watcher is considered a memory, because it's becoming increasingly less tangible the more it interacts with Spinning Top, and the world doesn't really know what to do with it in the same way. But following all that logic and looping it back around, at the end, when you are shown the base game regions again, all better, I wouldn't necessarily say that it is showing you. Okay, it is showing you that they're fine, but that's not necessarily to say that they, like, from the outside perspective, nothing actually happened. From the outside perspective, the Watcher just sort of disappeared and then flickered back in for a moment. But in turn, the Fringe is still there. It's just not... You're not supposed to see the Fringe as a regular creature. To see the Fringe as a regular creature means something is gravely wrong and you're, like, not real anymore. You're rapidly disentangling from reality. And so, in turn, the gift from Damon was less that the world is fixed and more that, here you go, you're back in your own world again. Which ended up not working anyway, because the Watcher is too incoherent with the world after all of the stuff it's seen, and spirals out of control. How is any thoughts on that, UCC? The Fringe regions, they do seem like what would had happened if you stayed there and Spinning Top didn't brought the water. I agree, actually. I think, you know what, and this is another thing I'm going to say in the next theory video that I'm actually working on. But you could say, kind of, that Spinning Top saved the Watcher from the Fringe by, you know, giving it invisibility, as Spinning Top called it. Well, actually, no, Spinning Top didn't actually call it anything, just said, I'll give you a gift. But that ability is attunement to ripple space, which allows the Watcher to go into these versions of the world. If the Watcher didn't have those things and just kept talking to Spinning Top anyway, it probably would have just gotten trapped in the Fringe forever. I'm not going after this watermelon, and it's in, like, the most impossible position. I mean, yeah, it's it's again, you could still say that it's all Spinning Top's fault. It's like, effectively, I mean, it's apparent that, you know, other echoes wouldn't do this. Other echoes sort of, like, let you go after you talk to them. Like, you pair with them, you get their, you know, flash that you can talk to them. You go back to them later, you talk to them, and then time resets as if you died, except you didn't die. It's like nothing actually happened. You didn't actually do that or experience it. And I think the echoes are doing that either because they know or they feel it's natural to do it that way. To, like, stop talking to you, to, like, fundamentally let go of your strand, because if they don't let go of your strand, if you just keep within their strand, because Spinning Top's Echo Flash happens only once at the beginning of the game, which implies that you're still in Spinning Top's strand, or version of things, or what have you, for the whole rest of the game. And it seems like if you are that way for too long, and possibly other factors, you are rapidly disentangling from reality. Yeah, that's another thing. Spinning Top can just talk to you somehow? Does Spinning Top just know how to do this? Does Spinning Top have the... Maybe Spinning Top is sent it with, like, speak to animals implant. They keep their clothes. They keep like a fake ghost version of their clothes. Maybe they keep a fake ghost version of their cybernetics too. Because it does seem like you don't get the mark of communication or anything. You don't get a. It's not on your end. It's on Spinning Top's end. Spinning Top just knows how to talk to you somehow. And also, Spinning Top is talking, like, physically. The other echoes do the thing iterators do, and they sort of, like, telepathically talk to you. But Spinning Top is just Spinning Top is just straight up talking. Echoes all get a pamphlet when they become an echo. You can use a spear to scale a wall if you simultaneously press jump. Throw a spear and press it. Right. I am not. I got no time. I don't got time. When you spend centuries or thousands of years as a ghost, you tend to learn things. Can we assume the primary cause for void worms is echoes casting random creatures into the fringe? Because that's what Damon and the Weaver actually care about. Like, an echo can go through the ripples just fine, because it's not a physical thing. But in order to bring physical matter through all of this stuff, and we know we're bringing physical matter because other things can follow through us too, including the rod. In order to do that, you need to give the animal the ability to transverse between states of reality like an echo can, which means you are thus creating physical disruptions in your different realities, which means you're introducing invasive species and a bunch of other stuff like that, and it's a whole mess. And so, like, if it was just Spinning Top, it would be fine. But then the Watcher is dragged into this, and then the gods have to deal with it. In a less poetic way, you could say that a ghost spoke to an animal for so long that it got sent to hell, and then became some kind of dream demon that can astral project to places at the dismay of the gods. Saint knows how to speak. Saint knows how to understand. But that's definitively, like, that's on Saint's end. Like, the iterators note that. But I do believe that it's on Spinning Top's end this time. Yeah. Currently my plan is to destroy this smoke thing when I am in a bottleneck of being rapidly killed by locusts as an emergency. Hello, Slug Bunny. We have been in this region for quite some time. Though I haven't been that far. That's where I'm trying to go. This place just leads down back there again, yeah. That's like a whole building. This is like, is that one of those pillars? I think that's, oh, that is one of those pillars, isn't it? Or, something like that. Also, are you guys hearing like squeaky noises in the background, by the way? Unfortunate. You know, there's a theory that Badlands is actually the past version of this and Verdant Waterways? They all share the same water wheel. Really? I mean, how far in the past? It would have to be. Would it be like before the Void Fluid Revolution? They probably. I mean, yeah, they were industrialized before the Void Fluid Revolution. They had drills, so. Maybe. Maybe it is all the same place. I suppose that would explain why the locusts have eventually came back. You know, it would be amusing if they somehow managed to make it able to make them. If they somehow managed to make it possible to edit the map manually, so that stuff like this is more of a diagonal line, as opposed to this. These whales are not coming out today. Very sleepy they must be. I suppose it wouldn't be... Well, I mean, we don't actually, like... As flying creatures go, they could have migrated. The whales are probably stuck in a wall. Yeah. You know, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna restart this one. I don't see an ending. But I want that smoke canister, though. I think the scavengers always come into this room. So, if I'm lucky... Yes. Oh my god, really? What are the signals so much as whales even eat? If I were to... I said this before, if I were to guess, they probably just eat the locusts. Like, you know how whales eat krill? That seems like the most obvious option anyway. Oh, what are this? That's a good point, actually. I don't know. One of those cases where they just don't have a prey or predator. The whales don't have a natural predator. Which, to be fair, I don't like. I think earth whales, water creature, you know, creature in water, doesn't have much of a natural predator either. They fight with giant squid sometimes, but I don't know if I would call that a predator exactly. However, everything will try to get at them when they do die. Which I kind of... It would be cool... You know, Rainbow doesn't really do, like, gore or anything. but it would be kind of cool to see a whale fall, wouldn't it? Like, have you noticed that? Nothing ever, like, breaks in Rainworld. The creatures, I mean. Like, they don't break apart. I mean, some of them do. Some of them have, like, shells and things, but that's not really the same. Aside from Station X. I mean, those lizards are still all intact, though. It has, I mean, I guess you could call it, like, the Thing adjacent body horror. But it's not, like, they're not mulched or anything. There is a blood mod in the workshop that, adds blood to creatures when they get damaged and when they die. I think it's maybe a bit excessive, but it is cool. And you can, like, customize the blood color for every creature, which I think is a really neat detail. I will say, though, the default blood color for lizards is red. And there's, different ones for bugs and things, and that makes sense. But if you ask me, I don't think we're using traditional blood in most of these things. Like, first off, the slug cats themselves look more mollusk adjacent biologically. Like, the body plan they have is more like an otter or something, but a lot of the art, especially one of the really early promotional arts, like the really realistic looking one, you might have seen it, has them nigh translucent in some places. Which really says to me that they're mollusk adjacent. So yeah, I don't think we're using traditional blood in most of these creatures. Which that also fits with the whole, if you've heard, one of the things the devs said as well, is that every creature in Rainworld setting is one of three things, or more than one of three things. Toxic, poisonous, or radioactive. Or no, toxic, venomous, and radioactive. There is nothing that isn't at least one of those things. Which is really amusing, honestly. But I do have the feeling that they mean in the, like, speculative biology way, like, toxic to us, but not to its own biosphere. But then again, the ecosystem is also half made of, like, heavy metals. So they might not be toxic to each other, but this biosphere certainly isn't natural for that. Could also have, like, shiny skin. I'll agree with that. Depends on the type, though. I actually... There's, I mean, we've all heard of it, probably, the age-old debate of, do slug cats have fur? Or slime? And I think Downpour's answer is actually pretty good. Like, some of them do, and some of them don't. Like, Saint certainly it does, but you know why? Because it's in a cold climate. The rest of them, probably not so much. Especially with how wet everything is. Fur doesn't really... I mean, fur... A certain type of fur works okay in in wetness like otter fur, but even then, it probably wouldn't be that extreme. Walruses. I can see that. Curious how the biosphere would look like a civilization or few down the line. Who even knows? I mean, we have good candidates for what the next civilization will be made of. Scavengers and maybe slugcats. If we're lucky, we can get a two-species civilization. But I don't think we have a great track record for slugcats and scavengers interacting. But then again, you know, it's like early tribal stage for both of them. You're bound to have a lot of conflicts anyway between scavenger and slugcat. As seen in the beginning of Watcher's campaign, what is up with that slugcat that kills them seemingly? I think it's like two different slugcat tribes fighting, if you were to ask me. Which again would make sense under that. But hopefully, like, it's likely that if one of them is going to come out on top, it'll be the scavengers. Simply because it seems like there are more scavengers than there are slugcats. I mean, it seems like scavengers are more fit for the industrial environment, for whatever reason, this reason, that reason, while slugcats live more in the wildlands beyond the structures. And by that logic, it could just be that we aren't exploring places that have a high slugcat population, which would fit for the whole, you know, exploring an unusual, dangerous world kind of thing. Like, slugcats in general haven't seen a place like this, so it would be an adventure. But I mean, like, slugcats, what? Huh? What is that? Oh, oh my goodness, wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's huge. Whale. Hello, whale. The creature. This thing must be ancient. This thing is like another... Hello, little whale. Yeah, that's a comparison and a half. It must be like one of those situations where, like, if they live long enough, they simply become big. That's awesome. Is that the only room it's in? Awesome. It sounds like a... That's the funniest sound, honestly, for one of these to have. I don't think the regular whales even make sounds, do they? Does it come back? Oh dear. These whales don't have whiskers. Huh, interesting. Yeah, the other ones are like a bit more like catfish or something. If I, like, stand here... It kind of showed up. It showed up... Oh. There it is. Hello. Its face looks weird. Hold on. I want to get a better look at it. Kind of like centipedes eventually evolve into red centipedes. Maybe. I mean, yeah, it's possible that the red centipedes are just, like, old centipedes. Also, it has gills. It's kind of amusing to have on land. But I suppose... I mean, gills... The small ones don't actually have gills. That's interesting. I wonder if it's actually like a different species or something. I suppose gills would work as long as you're moving fast enough. Because isn't the whole point of gills to, like... a fish will breathe in from its mouth and breathe out through its gills. I guess here it comes. And it's situated like this for the purpose... Oh my... Wait a second. Oh my god, its mouth is open! Oh my god. That's like one of the most 3D things I've seen, I think. I mean, there's quite a few others. Wait, that means That means they totally are eating the locusts. That's just what they're doing. At least that one is. That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't been here before. But yeah, gills would work for so long as you're like moving forward. They're geared to allow breathing. Has there always been a portal here? I've never been here. I guess so. I don't have food right now. Lack of convenient watermelons. Is that it in this region? It doesn't have the Leviathan whale tag up. What does that mean? I'm trying to look for a pearl or for Damon. I'm looking for a pearl. I think I don't have a pearl right now. Yeah, I don't have a pearl right now. You also can't store this thing, which makes sense. It's like, it looks like it's made of metal. Which, to be fair, what is it? How could the scavengers have gotten this? Is it like an exhaust pipe that they just like tore out of something? It kind of does look like that. A whale has a tag to make it huge? A vulture pile? I didn't think of that, maybe. Depends on how biological the jetpack things are on the vulture. It is going to rain here. I think I should just get out of here. I think I explored it all now. No pearls here, though. I think I heard it again. It has a tag to make them huge. Well, what if it's just like a different entity? What if that's why? Actually, how much have I explored this place? What is this place again? Selenation? I guess. Also, the water is white here. It's not like blue or green like it is in the other places. Which, yeah, actually, now that I'm looking at the water, I think it is kind of white-ish. Yeah, like, look at it. Look at how cloudy it is. And this place is... Is this Selenation? I don't actually know. This might just be, like, Aether Ridge. But, if it's true that those... I'm pretty sure I've heard that the pits of glowing white liquid that kill you are brine. Like, really heavy brine. Very salty. And if that's the case, that water over there probably is also salty. Like, not as salty, but still that way. It's interesting how salt has that property. Oh, hello. I don't need this anymore, have it? How are they so occupied that they don't even care? Look at me. Have this. You're welcome. I guess that works. That is possibly the least trustworthy jump ever. soon. I've only found like 2 pearls though, 1, and it was a music one again. I might be getting unlucky here. I don't know what ratio of pearls to music there are, but surely there's more that aren't music. There's 4 music pearls. Well, what? Well, I've gotten 3 or 4 myself, which I mean, maybe that's a good sign. Maybe we won't run into any of those anymore. Rainworld X, The Eternal Cylinder. I've played that game a little bit, not very much though. I can see the similarity. Where's this? Oh, we're here again. I want to say 10 or 12, give or take. Pretty sure we already found the pearl in this region. Also, where is this in this region? Oh, I'm pretty sure this is the, no, never mind, that's a karma flower, not a pearl. But still, I'm pretty sure we found a pearl in this region. Well, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I'm sure there are more pearls to find. I'm just getting rather unlucky doing so. Hey, look at that, that's a rot tree on top of a different kind of tree behind it. Neat. This place is still funny. Like, what is this? The concrete block, which is a house. This is absolutely like a house or something, or something like that. Some kind of brutalist version of a house, checkpoint or something. It's not an iterator room. It's not a computer. It's just a concrete block building house thing. There's a shelter in it. Which I don't know. I still don't know myself if the ancients actually used these shelters, or if they like put cargo in them or something. They are kind of small. But this whole thing is like an industrial checkpoint house thing. Maybe it's just a concrete block house thing. Brutalist high-rises continue to exist in post-extinction settings. I mean, it makes sense why. This is the kind of building that's going to last a long time. Simply put. I mean, to be fair, literally all of Rainworld is like this. There's no wooden structures or anything that would be even like an alien version of wood built anywhere. And you know why? Well, probably because there isn't any in these places, but even if there was, it would have been destroyed by now. Washed away. Completely. Everything that's left is all the stuff that was designed to last. Be it just simply through raw structure or through microorganisms that repair the walls. Or both. I wonder if their tongue thing will still work after they are like that. Have I been in this room? I have. There was a frog there. Ripple parkour. Classic chasing bats. That's a death pit, right? Pretty sure. Or is it? It must be. Right? There's nowhere else to go in this room. I should put my spear down. Obsidian made a video about ranking how food made with random creatures tastes like. It's the only campaign where passages won't do nothing. I mean, that makes sense. Passages are, you know, going far in the world, but that doesn't really apply to the kind of exploration we're doing here. Have you seen the blue scav? I have. And my pal Audimus, who isn't here currently, somehow immediately after me finding it, went into the files or something and determined that that blue scavenger is hard set to spawn in this campaign, in this region, for some reason. Which is really interesting. I still wonder if... It reminds me of the intelligent scavenger idea for the Watcher campaign, or, well, the Nightcat campaign at least, that was eventually reworked into inspiration for the King Scavenger in Artificer's campaign. But the original idea was that it was a scavenger with a mark of communication that could talk to you, and you could, I guess, help it or something. But I wonder if they're going to add that functionality to this blue scavenger eventually. That would be interesting. I don't know how that would work. Your blue scavenger got eaten by a pole plant when you found it. That's unfortunate. I wonder how competent it is. Scavengers have, you know, like, different behaviors. I don't know if there's like a smart and stupid value for scavengers, but But, like, you know, the different levels of alertness and aggression can be beneficial or detrimental to them. The room I'm in currently, or the one just earlier? Oh, too many pomegranate. Oh, this is so sad. It is quite a few. They always shake for some reason. I kind of hope they patch that, because this is not something that should be capable of moving, really. I haven't fully explored this room. For custom regions... What? Do you mean like... the regions in the Watcher campaign, or... Finally found where Damon is in this region. I suppose we can take a white pearl there. I don't have Ripple Karma though. Don't think this place is a club pearl. I agree. What would Damon look like if you dissected it? Like its insides? That's a rather strange question. I don't know. Brain. MRI scan .gif. Kind of, at least. Maybe with a bit of, you know, non-Euclidean room wrap going on as well. Throw that in there. Both of the god beings do seem to be biological in nature. I mean, for the Weaver, okay, Daemon is obviously biological due to all of the brain matter it has to make it function or something, whatever the brain matter is doing. I mean, usually function, so I have to assume that's what they're for. But the Weaver, I don't think I want to be as definitive on that. I would say, honestly, I'm still on the fence of the Weaver even being like, I kind of have the vibe that the Weaver itself is a puppet. Like, I mean, obviously we are familiar with puppets in the iterator's sense. Not like the word means anything different. the Weaver isn't the Weaver isn't biosynthetic. It is like a cosmic, maybe biological force, but the Weaver we see could be a puppet of something larger. Especially given that it looks like a worm on a string, in a way. You see Damon puppeting Weaver? Maybe. That could be interesting, actually. I hadn't considered that. That Damon and Weaver are just the same thing. They could be. They're at the very least working together. I kind of want to say not exactly, though, because... Or at least... Well, maybe, but... I guess in the sense that Damon is brain and Weaver is body. You could say it like that. Which is interesting given how one is drastically bigger than the other, but that is the whole thing of a puppet. There seem to be multiple Damons, but in the... Oh dear. But definitively in the multiple strand sense. And Damon is the kind of being to be fully aware of other strands. I would say that there are physically, in quotations, multiple instances of Damon. But as far as Damon is concerned, there is only one Damon. Because all of them are the same thing, and all of them communicate with each other as a single cosmic mind. And the Weaver could be body. The Weaver could be puppeted by Damon. But if it's not, then it's sort of like the maintenance system, if you will. Damon is Damon as in like the term... I mean, like there's the mythical and supernatural terms for Damon, but there's also like the background computer process term for Damon, which does fit because it's passively keeping the world running. But the Weaver exists to keep Damon running, is what's going on here. Or at least that's one of the things the Weaver's does. Might not be the whole deal. Again, like we don't know if the Weaver could be anything from like a creator being to a cosmic janitor, and we would have no idea the difference because both of those are cosmically outside of our ability to fully grasp, really. If Damon is not puppeting it directly, it would be more on the lines of like, Damon requests to thee, Weaver, that there are tears in the strands here. Fix it. And the Weaver obliges. Well, alright then. We gotta patch up this stuff. Oh, look at this. Looks like we have some kind of being of flesh causing all these tears. I will be clever here and use it to fix my problems for me. It might be... It's funny, it might be like a time sense, but I almost want to say... Either Weaver is unwilling to... Either Weaver is unwilling to fix it all itself. For one reason or another. Or it's unable to fix it all itself. And... At first you might say, like, that makes it less omniscient, but not necessarily. It could be, like, the purpose of giving the Watcher the ability that the Weaver has might be ultimately beneficial in the sense of, like... In the sense that without the Watcher, the Weaver is essentially taking a microscope to a petri dish and patching up individual cells. Whereas, otherwise, the Watcher can just go up to one of the cells and make it able to do that for it, so that it's more precise and long-lasting. Where was that Daemon portal? There. It was in that room. I'm pretty sure. I think so. Was it? Yeah, it was. The fastest way to get there is like so. It's really funny to imagine that it's unwilling. Imagine the times the Weaver had gone through similar stuff, it's tired, man. I mean, yeah, maybe. It's like... Then again... In the sense of, like... What am I saying? I want to say... So there's multiple daemons, but in the multiple strand sense, and every other creature has multiple strands too, that's just how it works. Oh, there's a pearl there. May as well. Oh, and a region unlocked. And a... I should have seen that coming. But I would say that the Weaver does not have multiple instances. But this doesn't necessarily matter that much because that oh my god, okay. Because the Weaver is beyond time and space, right? So it would be able to just go anywhere. Without problem. Do it all at once. Just fine. The flower is not there anymore. I suppose I left the strand behind. I should probably stop soon. Yeah, this seems like the Noodlefly homeland. Or something. I'll go to eating noodle flies here. There are a lot of watermelons here. I could get food that way. Wait, did I even go in the right direction? Oh, yeah. I think. Wait, did I? No. Thanks. This lizard is getting obliterated. This sure is something of a room. Oh, no, no, no. Well, I mean, maybe in some sense, but the, from what I remember, I haven't verified this in a little while, but I'm pretty sure that the rattlers are batfly nests. Like, you know, the grass that the batflies fall into to hide and go to different patches of grass, they, the rattlers are always in the position that those things are in. I'm pretty sure. Which would, you know, inadvertently mean that they are related in some sense. Then again, there was one right here, and there's not batfly grass right there. So maybe that is untrue. Good chunk of them do that, though, I'm pretty sure. I want to say there is a ghost. I want to say there is a correlation between their positions and something though, like food or something. I mean, it might, but it's also interesting, like what those things are, because they're such a strange creature. Shelled, in some way. It's hard to say what the meaning of them is. Cataloging the taste and feel of creature. You know what? That could be onto something. Because the Rattlers have a recycled body asset from the shells of the neuron plants in Five Pebbles. The long segmented looking ones with the fronds at the end that are like neuron cluster tendrils. Torrid Desert has a secret room A. I'll look for it. Also, have you noticed what these things are doing? These arms that Damon has. Observe it for a moment. See what it just did there? It's going for a different one now, that one. Brings it over there. And then it, yeah, there it goes for one down there. Takes it, puts it over there. Now, that's interesting because those arms were always moving like that. But only now can we see threads that it's moving around. And I have to say, is Damon the... Exactly, I mean, okay, yeah, that is potentially another bit of proof that Damon is the mind of the Weaver, which is the puppet, which is entirely possible. That would definitely, you know, make sense of why the Weaver's pillar is the largest out of the three. It's either that they're working together or that they are the same entity. And so yeah, the fact that Damon is in fact doing that could signify that it is the Weaver. Especially its eyes are the gold color as well. That said, I will say, yeah, what I was saying again. No, yeah, the Inquisition, as Cellular calls them, the Scavenger, Templar, and Disciple. I'm pretty sure they're called by the files. Which go hard, by the way, as names. Scavenger, Templar, Scavenger, Disciple. I think the difference is that Disciple... Actually, I don't remember which one is which, but one of them has the blindfold and one doesn't. I don't know if they have other differences beyond that. Anyway, though, the Daemon's arms were always moving like that, so I have to assume that it already had threads to move around, we just couldn't see them at the time. Or maybe the new threads that we can see are not the ones that it was moving around before. It's possible that it's not just like we can see them now, but more so that there are now ones that we can see. If you get what I mean by the difference. Scavenger disciples always have the highest karma. Oh, that's interesting. The two pearls in Ancient Urban? I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think they just, like, appeared. Like, it's not that they were hidden, it's that they just suddenly decided to show themselves somehow. In rooms that are already in the way. Man, I've heard this song so many times that I almost forgot that it's a remix of, what is it called? Biomechanical. One of those ones that play in somewhere in industrial complex. Yeah, bioengineering. Very good song. Very good remix as well. Alright. Now playing. Another one like this. Multiple of them are like this. Is this like lost data? Is that what those shapes are? They're not like foreground objects, they're just like cracks in the pearl itself. Maybe. Also, another thing. Hold on. Just want to be sure. Yeah. Have you noticed on the Pearl player that the yellow bar scrolls like a video scroll bar when it's playing? No, I mean, it's not encrypted, that's just what the language looks like, you know? It's like a text file or something that's possibly fractured. should I end here? I wonder if anything actually happens when you unrot all these regions. I can't really imagine so. Did you bring one of the vanilla pearls with you at the start? No, and I don't imagine that's commonly done, so we're gonna cheat that in after I get the rest of the pearls that you can get normally. There are somewhat white pearls with generic symbols and messages. Makes sense. I think one even shows a random piece of iterator technology, like the gravity thing. Very cool. I should continue writing the video, but I don't know. I don't know how much I should be worrying, like, oh, I gotta be the first to make a lore video. I kinda had, the reason I even started down this path at all is because I realized to myself, when playing the Watcher version 1 of the Watcher DLC, that, oh my god, I can actually potentially be the one of the first to talk about lore information regarding a rainbow thing that hasn't been done yet before. And now I'm here. I do feel somewhat obligated to continue, and I'm at least trying to use other videos as motivation to not take 5 months this time. But I'll see what I can do. Tardigrade guy, I already made a lore video. That's just how it is. I haven't watched it myself. I sort of want to be like fresh on my own ideas, more or less. Partly to say things, to not necessarily say things that other people have already said, but also partly to have like a unique take on it to compare to other things. Uranium Eater is making one though. I don't know how long that will take. I don't quite trust myself. I don't quite trust myself to even be finished before that one. I'm simply not as geared to this whole thing as they are. But I am. I do have I'm learning from the ones I've made so far, so I'll run into less problems and things. Depth seems like a different civilization. I fervently agree. In my first theory video, I said it's vaguely implied that the civilization in the depths are a different one than the main ones. But now I'm like fully on that boat. Better put all the nonsensical stuff in your vid. I mean, I'm kind of trying a little. I'm not I'm not, like, the whole, so... I'm not pretending to say that I know definitively these things in my own videos, because they're intentionally to connect. So, consider the map we're looking at right now. This is how Rainworld's lore works. Rainworld's lore is a collection of dots strewn across a field. That's what the game gives you. Each dot is a small snippet of things happening, not even necessarily all that detailed on their own, but when you connect them together, they become immeasurably complex. That's just how Rainworld's lore works. But that also means that you can't and shouldn't say you're definitively truthful on most of these things. It's like, you know, this game is designed to be analyzed. You're like a scientist. All the lore channels where people are discussing what's happening feels like a bunch of, you know, scholars in some kind of field of science. It makes you into an iterator, basically. But yeah, consequently, when you make a full-scale lore video, will be a theory video. A full-scale lore video about Rainworld will either be a theory video or it will be wrong. And that's why people didn't really like most of the earlier ones that are out there, at least like the lore people, because they'll inevitably get things wrong, especially since we didn't have all that much info at the time. You know, like especially before Downpour. Not that Downpour's whole deal is to further allow the player to experience base game's world from multiple perspectives, to better understand it, and it made me better understand it for sure. It's like the time scale of things and how long it would take and how everything's degrading and all those other stuff. But then Watcher comes along and gives a whole bunch of more ideas. We should make iterators to solve Rainworld lore. That's awesome. But yeah, when I make a theory video, which I will say can also be called a lore video, because as far as Rainworld lore videos are concerned, they will be a theory video, you cannot talk about what is so much as you can talk about what likely is, what can be, what is probably. Which is to say, I won't throw stuff in there that I think is improbable. That would just be, as a certain thing once said, if we talked about all the stuff that isn't here, we'd be here all day. But I will try to connect a few more dots than other people have, and beep it out there here and there, as I have already kind of been doing in these streams. Again, it's like explaining the unexplainable is something that I've grown fond of doing and grown used to doing in my own world building. Cosmic forces, a good good world building will occasionally leave some things unknown, especially if you are from the perspective of a being that wouldn't be able to get into the position of knowing those things. But it is possible, I think, to understand everything reality can throw at you. However, that doesn't necessarily mean everything reality can throw at you is intuitive. A good world building that delves into the cosmic stuff or high tech or high fantasy type of thing will have an explanation for it, I think, assuming we're from the perspective of beings that would know how it works, and we'll talk about it
It's possible they also won't talk about it because everyone knows it, so they won't explain it to anyone, because why would they? But if they do talk about it, the reason should make some kind of sense. And so I think so far I've been doing decently well. The people that have seen those videos and what I say in these streams have been like, wow, that's an interesting way to explain it. I think I understand. And that's good. That's my whole goal. The first video was seen a lot, yeah. It is a bit amusing. I'm not one to be like, oh, I need to get all the views on the platform. But the success of the first video did sort of, what's the word, acclimatize me to that kind of result, and that hasn't happened with the second video, which is a shame, because it means a lot of the people who saw the first video have not seen the second video. And there's not really much I can do about that, aside from posting it myself, I guess, but that's like weird. I'd rather people just find the video on their own, you know, look for it on their own. If people want to share it, that's fine. That makes sense. But it's meant to be like a you find it, you see it, you're of your own volition kind of thing. Maybe the next ones will do better though. Every time a video is published, that's a new wave of seers, watchers, even. Favorite watcher region so far? It's funny. But in version 1, I would say Damon. And I do still want to say that, but it was partly like liking it before it's cool kind of thing. Now that Damon is so obviously like the central part of the story, I don't know if it's like unique at all to say you like Damon. Before, Damon was kind of just nothing, but I could feel the lore significance. But now it's kind of like, you know, obvious how important it is. So, I don't know. I mean, not to say that should detract from being my favorite region. That's kind of silly now that I say that, but I don't know. I'm not usually one to make favorites, tier lists of things all that much. I would probably pick the colorful ones, if not Damon. Like Verdant Waterways or Signal Spires. But outside of that, I'm not sure. Ancient Urban is also really cool, but it's also really central again. I do wish more of the regions were colorful. I suppose that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Five Pebbles had a samey color palette over the whole gland, so that makes sense. But there's so much opportunity for more kinds of color palettes in these regions. And you know why some of them are not that colorful. A good chunk of these regions were made as mods in an era where people were saying that all the region mods had to fit to Five Pebbles, which means that they couldn't veer too much from the color palette. All of the colorful regions in Watcher are ones that were not region mods. They were made for this campaign. But like Stormy Coast, Aether Ridge, even Badlands, I think, or at least a version of Badlands, were all made as region mods. The only exception is Coral Caves, which did have color like that anyway, but it's blue, and it's like That's not, like, we had blue. We had farm arrays kind of blue, which I think Coral Caves does lean closest to. True. Fetid Glen's environment is very effective. Anyway, I'm stalling. I should stop here. The sludge lizards, yeah. The next video will be, I don't know when. And I'll try to make sure that I keep working on the next actual proper video. For now, though, farewell again.